here. I'm going to be facilitating our design sprint for AgileVentures. This is day one. Ta-da! We're going by our sprint book, and we're currently looking at our schedule now, and we're going to try to keep to it. So, Sam, I'm going to ask you to put 15 minutes on there for our intros and explaining the sprint.
All right.
And then hopefully after 15 minutes, we'll start on our goals and questions.
Sounds good. Yeah, 15 minutes is started.
Great. So if we go to our checklist, do you want to do that, Sam?
Yeah, I've got the checklist. Yeah, I got that right here. I guess what I'll do is I'll pull the full day thing off onto the other screen. And yeah, here's the checklist. I'll maybe lock it on there so we can see the checklist. Yep.
So we've done point one, which is to put this checklist up on the board. Point two is introductions. I don't know if we need that, but if anybody wants to introduce themselves, feel free. And I know there are some things about deciding roles. Do we want to also do that, Sam? I'll ask for your guidance on.
Yeah, I think we should definitely do this, and make sure that we're all clear on the roles of the facilitator and the decider. Matt, you and I and Michael all know each other pretty well, know a lot about each other's backgrounds. I don't know if Lokesh necessarily knows our background, so but maybe we could just go around and say each just spend 30-40 seconds saying what we think of the, who we think we are at the moment.
All right.
In a general sense, and then
who wants to start? Anybody want to start?
I guess I'll start. I'm Sam Joseph. I'm the co-founder of AgileVentures, which is this charity organization that tries to get groups of developers together to help other charities and all do great learning. Through the process, I have a background in science training, physics, machine learning, then various things in industry, and I've been doing programming on and off for like 30 years. And most recently, the last 10 years, I've been a computer science professor at Hawaii Pacific University. I've run a boot camp in London, sort of trying to accelerate people through a 12-week course to get better at programming and being coders. And it all seems to be education, computer science. I love programming. I love usability. I love trying to build software systems that help fix things and make things easier for people. There you go.
Great, Sam. Do you want to go next, Michael, or do you want me to go?
Hello. So I'm Michael. I've been helping out at AgileVentures for a while, since before it existed, I guess. Study computer science, and I like to code.
That's great. Let's see, Lokesh, would you like to give a little intro? I don't think we know your background very.
Hi, I'm Lokesh, and I'm doing internship in AgileVentures, and this is my first sprint, and I'll try to learn as much as possible. That's it.
Great. Thanks, Lokesh. And then finally, there's four of us. Matt, I'm facilitator. I've been programming for about over 20 years, mostly database systems. I majored in classics in college, but I also took a lot of computer science, so that's how I got into this. And mostly big, corporate systems, but then about 4 years ago, I got into web development. So I took especially a Ruby on Rails course that most of us have taken. And since then, I've had a few jobs doing web development. And I think I'm best at solving problems and working with large complex systems. So this is very interesting to me. So I think that's it for introductions. Now we can explain the sprint.
Well, should we do the who's the
Oh,
facilitator
yeah,
and decider and describing their roles?
Yeah, okay. So I guess I said I was the facilitator. So my role is going to be to keep us on track, keep the time right, and coordinate the voting and things like that. But I'm also going to have a lot of help from Sam, who's experienced in a few of these. And Sam is the decider, so he can explain maybe what he's going to do.
Yeah, and so one of the things from the sprint book is that they say it's very important to have a decider like involved in that. You know, if you do one of these things, you come up with these conclusions. If you haven't had input from the CEO of the company or what have you, it's very unlikely that anything is going to actually get done. The decider role, technically during the week, is to provide kind of tiebreaker. They get like extra votes in certain kind of voting sessions, and if you get to a stalemate, and it's just like right. The discussion needs to end. We need to move forward here. Then the decider is the one who's got to make the decision to say which way it goes. So I'm going to fulfill that role. I'm kind of working full time on AgileVentures at the moment, and so I've probably got the most hours being put into the things. So I guess it makes sense that whatever we get to at the end of this week, I'm going to be an important part of making sure it happens going forward.
All right. Thanks, Sam. There's some other roles. I think everybody else is just going to be a team member, right? We do have, like, typically in a sprint like this, we might have a finance expert, a marketing expert. But looks like
we've got what we've got. There was, we were hoping to have Federico and Blandine here, who've kind of called off at the last minute. And ideally, one has a sprint team with a wide variety of skills. We're working with what we've got. There's also some other roles, like the person who runs the testing sessions on the Friday and so on. But we don't need to go into those today, I think.
Yeah, okay, so that's our team. I think we've set the stage, and now we're ready to almost start, but we'll explain the sprint a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have anything, Michael?
No.
Oh, okay. So I've got that slide deck, Sam. Do you want to?
Yes, you want. Well, if you've got it and you can share it, you want to just talk through it for us, Matt? I'll focus the camera on you.
Okay. Okay, it's right. Oops. Keynote. Sorry. Okay, this is this slide deck that came with the book. So welcome to the sprint. We're going to build and test a realistic prototype in 5 days. So to do that, we did some intros. Now the ground rules. The facilitator is in charge of the schedule, which I've done. We've only got a couple more minutes, so we're going to go through this pretty quick. The decider makes all the tough decisions, including if the facilitator is doing things right in this case. No devices, although I'm going to excuse myself because I've got somebody in the hospital.
Yeah, and I think that the idea is that it's you can have a device in the room, but you're supposed to, like, if there is an emergency call, whatever, then you excuse yourself from the room and the sprint carries on kind of without you. Obviously, people may have to be called away, but the idea is that that during the sprint process you're interacting with the other sprint folks and you're not interacting with other people via your devices. And if you do need to, as maybe the case today, then it's like you excuse yourself from the sprint rather than sort of hanging around and being there as a less engaged individual, I think is the idea.
Okay. Great. That's what it says right there.
Right.
No devices. So this is our 5-day schedule. I think Sam's most familiar with this, but since we're running out of time, maybe we'll just say that we're gonna map out a process. We're gonna sketch a process and decide on, by voting and such, what the best process or create a good one. We're gonna prototype it using some sort of tool. Then we're gonna have testers look at it and say, get their reactions, decide next steps. So today we're on the map stage, the map step, which involves laying out our main questions and then doing some brainstorming, basically. And then after that, we're going to show our experts what we've done so far and get their opinions and some feedback. So now, actually, I'm just going to go right to, I think we're done, at least with day one. It's 15 minutes, so let's go to our next step.
I guess we might just ask if Lokesh and Michael have any questions about the process or how it's going to work, or if anything is unclear.
No, I've covered at least Monday in the book, so.
I'm good.
Great. So we're.
I guess Matt, they're just so like rather than doing this first thing, like I think it just says at the end of that one you ticked off explain. You've done the explain the sprint, but then it says run through this checklist and briefly describe each activity. So maybe before we dive into this, starting this activity, would just like kind of review the schedule for the rest of the day for all of us, just so that we're all on the same page about that.
Okay, great. I guess I can do that.
Thanks.
Unless you want to.
No. You take it away. I'm in the background working out the times for the interview people. So yeah, if you could just talk us through each of the elements of the day, I think that would be great.
So this is our checklist. We've done the first 3 items. We're on 7:15 my time. I should use UTC though, so it's 12:15. Next thing we're going to do is set a long-term goal. I think we talked about this in one of our Slack channels, so we're going to probably go look at that and see what is our goal. Where do we want to be in 6 years, a year, 5 years from now? We're going to put it on our whiteboard, which is our day one spreadsheet or document. Then the next important thing we're going to do is list sprint questions. Get pessimistic. How could we fail? Turn these fears into questions that we could answer this week. We're going to list those on our document. So that'll be about a little over an hour. Then we're going to start making our map, which we'll create in another document, and we'll start with drawing the ending listing the customers and key players on the left, and then on the right, draw the goal, and in between them, a flow chart showing how the customers interact with our product. 5 to 15 steps we should have on this map. Yeah, I'm going a little slow, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. We're good. Probably skipping the lunch break. And we go right in. After we've created a map, we're going to ask the experts. We're going to get their opinions. We got somebody, Greg, isn't available at his regular, at the time we schedule him, but he is available a little bit earlier, so we'll try to maybe get him in early.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have to. We've kind of got all of our interview people like strangely spread out, and so we'll have to see who.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's not right. You might be available at the end.
yeah. There's the difficulty there is, I guess, the time at which Greg would be available. We wouldn't have a map to show him,
Right.
so it kind of
Right.
sort of defeats the purpose of having, because the key thing is that we've been able to make the map, and then we can show the map to the. Anyway, let's see. We'll move on quickly and see if we can get it done.
Okay, then after we talk to the experts, we're going to look at our notes and there. How might we be notes, HMW notes, and we're going to stack them up, and then we're going to organize them somehow, grouping them into themes. And then the final thing we're going to do is pick a target. So that's going to be our most important customer on the map and one target moment on the map. This decider is going to make the call about what our most important customer is and the one target moment on the map that we're going to focus a lot of the sprint on. So that's today. Some key ideas is we're going to work backwards because we're starting with what our goal is. So nobody knows everything, so everybody should feel free to say, whatever they want, because certainly, Sam knows a lot, but he'll admit he doesn't know everything.
Totally.
And then we're gonna, it's my old boss used to love this, reframe problems as opportunities. He says, I got an opportunity for you. So that's the other key idea here. So now I think we're done with our, took a little longer than we thought, but.
Yeah, it says like 12:15ish. So I think we're done there, but yeah, we should crack on. And the interesting thing here is like, we should set another timer, right? For like, we need to get through this long-term goal and sprint questions. Again, it's telling us this should take an hour and a quarter, I guess, looking at those numbers, right? Yeah. Maybe we should set a timer for an hour and just try and do the best we can. I mean, it's like
an hour.
Yeah, and see if we can get something ready so that when Greg becomes available, we'll have something to show him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll set a timer for an hour then, if it'll let me. Well, for 59 minutes. There we go. Okay. New
All
timer
right.
started. Next section.
Next section. Set a long-term goal. So what are we doing with this project? Where do we want to be in a year, 6 months, a year, 5 years? Write this on the whiteboard, which is our document.
So you've got it set up, like you scroll up, I think you created a space, didn't you, for setting the long-term goal?
So does it make sense, Sam, to look at what we talked about in, I think you did create a goal for us.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly pull that out. I mean, I think it's interesting if we pull the.
Oops.
Yeah, I mean, everybody should feel free to go and reference and grab stuff that they think is relevant. I guess the questions we've got here is like, why are we doing this project? And I mean, there's always a risk of like, a person like me saying it's like for me, I personally, I want to code. Yeah. Ideally with others, on projects for, what's the word? I think like socially responsible and beneficial goals, right? That's my. And so we should all be able to type into this thing, Lokesh, Michael, if you're logged into the Google, what have you, we can just sort of type in parallel in here. So I think that would be great. Like maybe should we all like put down why we're involved in AgileVentures, which is the broader project?
Okay. Everybody think of why they're doing this, where they want to be in 6 months, a year? Looks
Yeah, we
like
can move on to that. Yeah, start. If we all put our ideas down in parallel, that seems quite efficient.
So how should we combine these into a goal, Sam, do you think?
Well, I think we should probably let people finish writing out their where we want to be in 6 months, a year, or even 5 years from now. First, Matt, are you going to write something in
Michael's
that section?
goal is very optimistic, but I don't think we're going to take over the world. So,
Well, but that's but if he's being emotionally honest, then that's the critical thing.
so one job of the facilitator is to try to summarize and oh, okay. Sam has put the next question. Where do we want to be?
Yeah, I thought we were going to try and answer both of these pairs of questions before we then try and synthesize it into the long-term goal, which would go in here.
Why are we doing this project? Where do we want to be in 6 months, a year, or even 5 years? Okay.
I'm just going to step away for a moment. I'm back in a sec.
See, we'll do maybe a few more minutes for people to.
Personally, I'm done, and I've read everybody else's contributions, and I'm really enjoying reading them and so on. But so I'm ready whenever other people are. I don't know if other people need do say if people need more time.
Is anybody still working?
I'm done.
You good, Michael?
Yeah.
All right. I've pretty much read everybody's too. Actually, I want to read. Maybe we could all take a moment and read them all again. Wow, those look great. Does anybody want to take a crack at summarizing them? I'm kind of a little overwhelmed by everything at the moment.
Well, and I guess if the long-term goal is then the 5-year thing, right? So
5 years, do we want to go that far, or do we want to go to a year? It says, 5 years if you want.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's difficult, isn't it? That I can argue both ways. Like, do we want to make the goal very specific, in a year that we've got X many people as premium members, or do I guess I lean away from that and towards we should kind of say, what we should aspire to something, right? We should aspire to not just that there's this
Right.
many people who are paying for a service or membership, but we should be saying what's where do we want to be, what do we want to have happening, and I guess I think we want to have something like significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects, helping good causes around the world.
Great. I'm looking at our 5-year, and it reads pretty good. It's a little long. If you just read it from
Read it out.
the bottom, it almost reads, we have an organization that runs itself, recruiting new members and projects, has some staff, serving thousands of people, and is a well-known name.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it sounds great. I guess I would like to think that the objective is to sort of serve the other folks rather than the becoming a well-known name. That's sort of a side effect. Oh, that's a James Blogger saying you might have to leave. No electricity. Oh no, it's pretty sad.
Yeah, go plug in now.
I guess maybe he's maybe even his building is out of electricity. I don't know. That's a real shame, Lockish. We are videoing it all, so but yeah, so I think it's great that we have things being a well-known name, becoming a well-known name, but that in terms of the long-term goal, our goal is not to become a well-known name per se. But that may be part of the. I don't know. Maybe it should be in there, but I mean, I like Michael's, be featured in the media as a new type of learning. I think that would be fantastic.
No, I think have you gotten the essence of all of our new members and projects? What about two of us wanted more, like some more staff? I don't know if that's.
Yeah, well, I think we could add something to that, because I think, you know, this one I've got significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects, helping with courses around the world, and being able to, I don't know, it's like having fun, the right wording for it, but being able to
For having member, employee, you know, see, the significant number of people can be either members or employees, or
yeah.
maybe that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the key thing is like, you know, that people should be having the authentic learning experiences. I mean, I guess whether people are being, like, what the number of people being compensated is less like, if we can work out a way to have 2 employees and support hundreds of thousands of people, then there's no need to necessarily grow the number of employees to 100 or 500, right? It's all about being sustainable, isn't it? So,
I mean, part of being sustainable to me is having like reliable mentors and things that don't come and go.
Absolutely. I mean, and it's an interesting thing about what's the best, but what we probably want to avoid doing is putting the solution into the goal. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So, like, it might be that compensating mentors is the way to go, but I've also encountered a lot of people who say, but mentoring, that's what you do on a voluntary basis, isn't it? And when I've kind of proposed things, they've kind of said, oh, that's weird that you would have the mentors, and maybe that doesn't mean that nobody gets compensated. It's a question of, like, what people get compensated for. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's getting ahead of ourselves, but compensating mentors is a good idea to me. But
yeah. I mean, that was largely a mechanism that I was working on. But yeah. So, but yeah, I think what we've got these 2 things. One is, like, being sustainable is a kind of a buzz phrase, and it can mean a lot of different things to different people. So it feels like we need to be more specific. I think what we want to avoid is a situation where this, you know, so supporting this relies upon, you know, I don't know, unsustainable input from, I guess, is it something like we want, I mean, you know,
being sustainable in terms of users, mentors, something like that, and don't specifically say that you're paying them, but the goal is to have reliable mentors.
right. Well, and again, there it's. I like this high level thing of it's about them having authentic learning experiences. Like, I mean, if we could construct some sort of socio-technical system where, you know, people were, you know, because some people are happy to volunteer for certain amounts of time. I guess you know, and actually there's some people who they want to volunteer their time. They don't want to get paid for it. They don't want to have to pay for it. They just want to do that. But I mean, whether or not you have a mentor or reliable mentor or whatever, again, that's sort of part of the solution. Like, I'm saying that at least for me, my vision is that people are having the authentic learning experience, right? That they're actually, instead of doing a toy project, that they're doing a real project. And then when you're working on, I mean, I think, yeah, like having
that goal will lead to other things like name recognition and.
Yeah, well, it's like, you know, having a mentor and having a mentor reliably available, they are solutions to a problem, right? Which is that people might not feel confident enough to contribute to this project. I mean, companies adopt having, mentors within, even if it's all full-time staff, right? They say, oh, well, this senior developer is going to be the mentor for this junior developer and so on. It's a solution, right? And, I think we probably all agree that it's one of a good solution if they're reliably available, that helps. Like if they're not available, it's not very helpful. But again, that's all solutions. It's not about an outcome. Or am I? Does that make any sense?
Sure.
Sure,
Yeah.
but
So
I'm just being realistic as a person, motivated by, being a compensated part of a group is
Right. But you notice that what I'm saying is totally orthogonal to that. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be compensated.
Right.
I'm just saying that whether it's the mentors that get compensated or whether we have mentors or there can be compensated people for people who are doing staff things, but they're not doing mentoring per se. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, if it could all be done by videos or something, that would.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying again. What you're expressing there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt.
Solution.
You're expressing the saying I want to be in a position where I can get compensated for contributing to AgileVentures, right? Or
Right.
I like doing AgileVentures work, but I can't spend my full time doing AgileVentures and not get any income, right?
Right.
Yeah, and exactly how I feel as well. But so that's why I've kind of got the beginning of this phrase. I want to be able to compensate people. I guess I like what I want to say is for people who want to be able to contribute to more than just occasionally on a voluntary basis, we want to be able to compensate them. We want to be able to compensate them in order to maintain inputs from those people. Does that make any sense?
I mean, I like that, but I don't know if I'm just being self-centered.
I think you're being realistic. Me too. Michael, Matt and I are bouncing backwards and forwards. What do you think?
yeah, I think it's good.
Good to have it also. Yeah. Okay. So is there anything else we want? Does that in the long-term goal? It's because I mean, I agree the first sentence is the main thing. But I kind of forced in a little bit of side stuff. Does anybody else feel like there's anything?
No, nothing about taking over the world, but it's okay. I'm trying to think, what would it be?
Tiny Toons, is that it?
There's nothing about the clients, I guess.
Real projects helping good causes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess we've got
One statement about the end user, like people. We need this statement about the client, how we can help, want to help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's great.
there's something about the language that's bothering me. I mean, it's kind of, there are, we are also, we're a charity, and charities, rely upon volunteers. At least that's one of the things that they do, and donations and so on. And I think that there's an idea that that's in here, that is that there might be volunteers, but it doesn't mean that everybody who's involved is a volunteer, right? There can be, staff who are helping the framework, like get the volunteers. Like, I mean, like for example, Do It, which is the UK's national volunteering framework, right? They have an organization with paid staff. They contract out to a tech organization to build their system, and then their system coordinates and brokers lots and lots of volunteers. If that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of, and I think that's that kind of thing that I don't think there's any suggestion that people like the system itself should be built out or by people just volunteering. It's a framework to support volunteering. And then you can imagine it being bootstrapped, where the volunteers do absolutely everything. I'm still, I guess we're in agreement. Maybe we shouldn't get sidetracked trying to polish the language so much, if we kind of agree that these are kind of the three key things.
Yeah. I think I agree.
I think it's okay. I mean, not every goal has to be totally altruistic, perhaps. Or I mean, well, it should be. It should support the main goal.
Yeah, I mean, there's a sort of subsidiary goal. But part of why we'll be speaking to other people later on in the day will be in order to get feedback on this and the wording and this, that, and the other, and try and find something that makes sense to more people. Is that I guess, should we move on to listing the sprint questions?
Yeah, we're almost right at half an hour, so we got another half an hour and then maybe a little break.
Yeah. It certainly will need to have a break soon. I'm also trying in the background, I'm trying to work out the point at which, and Greg will be like with us, he'll be available in an hour and 10 minutes, if I'm calculating correctly.
Know who Greg is, but
Greg is Matt's friend, and he's a person who's run some companies and is an investor or something.
okay.
Yeah, he started a very successful company, and now he advises tech companies.
Yeah, well, I think we can. There's an advantage here that because we can all type into the doc in parallel, we can actually move quite fast. So, should we should we get on with this? Let's just do it in parallel. Let's all type away in parallel like we did with the previous one, and we can have separate sections for each of ourselves so that we don't get too confused, I guess.
Okay.
Such a shame to lose.
Listing sprint questions. Get pessimistic. How could we fail?
Mm-hmm.
Turn these fears into questions we could answer this week.
Yeah. So the key is how could we fail? So we've got our long-term goals, in summary, and then where we want to be, and so ways that we could fail.
Is there more to it than that? Because, that's what you're doing. Another question. The first one.
I'm going to say incidents that could happen. I guess was, clients, for example, clients never satisfied with work from a group of volunteers.
All right.
Like what would be certain sorts of states or outcomes that we would be in.
important goals such as rephrasing assumptions and obstacles into questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel like, oh, I've got my Kindle. Let me.
For example, is will customers trust our expertise?
All right, we should be. There should be. Okay, right. So I'm gonna maybe.
That's a good one.
I guess right. It should be. I'm getting confused about this. Like, how could we fail? And I guess they want it in terms of questions that we would answer in this sprint that would avoid failure. So I guess I'm just going to turn mine around here. So it's like the question becomes how can we how can we ensure clients are satisfied with work from a group of volunteers? And like, how can we ensure developers are not turned off by idea of paying for volunteering? I'm going to follow your advice for that.
Huh. Wonder why you show up as anonymous coyote.
You're anonymous manatee, anonymous rabbit,
But I see Matt.
because I own the document.
Oh. And I'm an anonymous manatee.
Yeah, I made it so anybody on the web can edit. Maybe I should have just restricted it, but maybe that's why. So it's everybody's anonymous.
Yeah, I think we're editing it via the anybody able to edit link, and so it doesn't require us to be signed in to see it, and so
they can't trust it.
Yeah, we're getting a lot, but according to the book, a lot is okay because we're gonna pick some later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just doesn't know more, doesn't know more. Yeah.
Because we might only have, sometimes it's only one or two.
Yeah, I think we certainly got no shortage of questions that we would. So I guess these are questions that, not necessarily all of them, but the kinds of questions that we would love to have answered, and perhaps hopefully some of them might be answered through the process of doing the sprint.
Right. Looks like I don't see much typing, so.
Yeah, Michael, I was just going to split one of yours into two separate questions, if that's all right. The great question, this one, will staff time be taken up with increasing amounts of Linux trivia? I think that's like one question, and then will key technological infrastructure fall in disrepair? Like, sort of, well, I guess it's will existing. Yeah. Yeah, we've certainly got lots of questions, the answers, and if we had the answers to all of them, I think we'd be in a very strong place. So,
Yes.
Like the true existential answers or subjective answers.
well, I think practical. Like if we had answers like practically to some of them that would well, I guess it's different. I mean, some of your questions, I guess, like some of your questions, Michael, are kind of more yes no. It's like, will it? I guess I've gone for like, will we be able? I guess, like, you know, if it ends up being like just the answer to all of them is like, you know, in the negative, like no, we're not able to do the things. Well, at least then that would be a great result. It would tell us, you know, we're struggling towards this goal, and none of the things that we're thinking of doing are actually possible. So I think knowing either way would put us in a powerful position in terms of choosing our following actions.
Will learners really pay to learn if there isn't a quote real credential?
It's a good, you know, and it doesn't have to be a yes no. I think if we could answer that question, like if we knew that there had to be some kind of certificate, and then the details of the answer would be, oh, actually yes, you could unlock, you know, you could easily get 100,000 people if you had a certificate that had this. So they're like, I think they're all great questions.
Right.
I don't know. Do you think we need, Matt? Do you think we need to do more? Like it feels like, is by starting at the end with these questions, you'll face your fears. Big questions and unknowns can be discomforting, but you'll feel relieved to see them all listed in one place. You'll know where you're headed and what you're up against. I mean, I guess the question just might be, is there any other questions that we've missed out? Other things that are kind of like, you know, we're missing by this set of questions.
Yeah. Have we gotten all of our assumptions? Like we're gonna have enough people. We're gonna have enough paid projects. We're gonna have. What are there any assumptions that we're not covering? Yeah, will we have enough pay? Well, income is better because
I mean, the funny thing about
you need that last part. It's just enough income to sustain goals or something, but whatever.
there's this funny thing about putting it in terms of, you know, like if we could have the whole system up and running, and so it was kind of like completely self-sustaining, like you could in principle have, you know, like I guess there exist volunteer organizations that operate purely on a volunteer basis, like the football club that I'm involved in. All of the coaches are volunteers.
No costs, right? Like servers and.
I mean, they are costs because we have to pay the local council for the park, right? But so the parents pay, right? But for their kids to do the soccer practice and receive soccer training, and there are costs like the equipment and the ground hire, and that's like all of the money goes through to that. Now there are some younger guys who run like the soccer school for the really young kids, and they get paid because I mean it's all about, you know, where do you allocate funds in order to, you know, increase sustainability and make sure that all the bills get paid. I mean, they could, and then there are other, you know, groups where, for example, the parents pay a lot more, and then perhaps the coaches are compensated.
But are you a coach?
Yeah, I'm a coach, and the club paid for me to get a qualification, but I put all of my time goes in. I don't get paid to do the coaching.
So
and I do that on a voluntary basis, you know, for the kids.
Well, your question's good, I guess, since one of our goals is to compensate people for their additional time. So,
I mean, I guess that the thing is, what we want is, do we have enough income so that we can pay for the services that we need to sustain us in the long run? And some of those services might be paying individuals. And like, there's this, I mean, I think it's a question that the soccer club faces, which is like, you know, of our money, a certain amount's got to go in equipment, certain to ground hire. You know, they choose to compensate some of the younger coaches who don't have kids because they feel like they wouldn't be there if they didn't. You know, but that's all for every organization. It's kind of a, you know, that receives some combination of that have income and they have some volunteers. It's like, so it's sort of like, there's something here about pay for the services needed to sustain the overall operation, right?
Right. I mean, you know, certain hospitals in the U.S. are not supposedly nonprofit, but that's increasingly
Right.
not the way it is, but they have tons of paid staff.
Right. And but the key thing I guess it would be like almost this brings me back to the original to this thing up here is in some ways here this is by which we mean can we generate enough income to pay for services necessary to run the organization.
yeah.
And so that ends up being, e.g., server costs, software costs, staff costs, or contractor costs. You know, and it's then, I think it's an interesting thing. Like I think, you know, we might all feel that would be great for us to get paid in order to do it, and obviously we're highly biased in that regard. Purely from the organization's point of view, is it's like from the organization point of view, it's like where is the best place to invest its money? And so we could say, you know, like actually maybe Sam shouldn't, you know, my company shouldn't be contracted to provide certain things because actually that stuff we could get done by volunteers.
Yeah, that's what I put a question. How will we allocate funds to maintain AV as
Right.
a
And so I think that's the open question. Is like, you know, and I think much as we might all be predisposed to say, oh yes, AV would be much better off if we were all working on it full time, or you know, being contracted full time or what have you. I guess we want to stay open to, you know, or what would we be contracted for? That was the point about the mentors before. Is like, oh, I was saying, Matt, is that it's not whether we should be compensating people, it's about what we should be compensating them for, and you know, right, which is the most important thing to compensate people for in order to make the whole thing sustainable. So sorry, and I'm such a waffler, but I guess go on.
how should we allocate funds? Something like
Right.
that.
Yeah. So I've got
or yours.
you know, we can put that, yeah, it's like will we work out how to allocate funds
Maybe
effectively?
some sort of dynamic allocation system.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's, you know, I recently increased the amount of money going into the servers, and you know, it's like, I mean, then there's, you know, but so I think it certainly feels like we've got enough questions.
Yeah.
There, so we could go into, and we've got 10 minutes on the clock. We could go in to start making the map, or we could have a quick break now, or what do we think would be the best?
Just a quick break, and then we'll go right into
Making the map.
the map, maybe in a Google.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think it'll end up being easier to make it in Google Draw than in the actual docs here.
So how long of a break? 5 minutes or something?
Yeah, just 5 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. And then, so we can effectively start. What time is it for you guys at the moment? Is it like 10 past 8 in the morning? 12 minutes past 8. Yeah. So in principle, you know, we could, yeah, for a 5 minute break, come back, try and make this flow chart that we would basically spend 40 minutes on it. We might have something to show Greg, right?
Right.
Cool. All right. Yeah, 5 minute break, and I'll just leave it recording. I'll delete that timer. We're ahead of schedule on that. Such a shame that it's so sad that Lockish, like I think he's like run out of electricity in his building or what have you, and couldn't carry on attending.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. Anyway, yeah, let's reconvene in 5.
Okay.
Right.
Say 8:20, 7 minutes.
Sure.
7 minutes. Okay.
Great stuff, guys. Great. Fantastic. Yeah. I really love the questions and the ideas we're getting out of this. Next up, making a map. All right.
All right. Be back.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Sorry if I'm a little late. Just had to get some food. All right. So we've got 40 minutes. I'll get, I guess, a timer for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we can get a map done ready for Greg to look at.
Yeah. I was going to suggest maybe you could create the doc.
Sure.
I
totally.
think you're probably a little quicker with the. I don't have a lot of good experience with Google.
Yeah, I think it's, but the thing that makes the difference for me is just having multiple screens. Is really. It's also, I don't know. It's like I've been using Google Docs for a long time. I don't know. It's also, I mean, I'll try and do this in parallel with like definitely like. I think, you know, I've been using computers since I was like 10 years old. and I think like Google Docs is awesome, but I think the interface definitely suffers from a lack of, you know, there are all sorts of parts of it that are counterintuitive and difficult to discover. Once you know where stuff is, it's like a no-brainer, but you kind of it's not very learnable.
Yeah, it's not totally intuitive.
Yeah. So this is, oh gosh, the document, it is loading rather slowly. I've created the so this is for the maps. I'll put the link in. It's at the moment, it's, I've got to give it a name, right? So this is like AV DS map. That'll do. I think they're there. Right, I have to now. I can share it. That's like, so things like there. Like you have to give it a name before you can share it. And it's like, what? Why? That's like, so, you know, that box has popped up behind. Anyway, anyone with a link can edit, save. And so you guys, I put the link in the Design Sprint Slack.
Yep, okay.
And done. And okay, so yeah, hopefully we can all. Actually, I have to zoom out in order to make that bigger. So making a map. So the key thing is get the. If I just, you know, we're sort of short of time, is we've got to get stakeholders on the left-hand side. So they might well be, for example,
list the actors on the left.
Yeah, junior developer.
The different types of customers.
Yeah, well, not just customers. I think stakeholders generally, like
yeah,
all the kinds of people who might interact. And then there's like on the extreme right, we have the goal state, which is, you know, I presume the goal state is, you know, satisfied client. From work done by developers who learned from and enjoyed the process, while AV organization costs met. What do you guys think of the end state there?
That's fine. I mean, on their map, it's just, it doesn't have a sentence on it. It's just,
no.
But you like adding that? Yeah.
I think that on their maps, like this one, it's a shorthand. Like, okay. I think you have to define the end state. I mean, here, like begin therapy, it's like, well, I mean, actually, this is for cancer therapy, right?
Right.
We've got to be more specific, but this is just, they've made it much. If you look at some of the videos, it's, I mean, we can turn this into, you know, a shorter thing, which is like everybody happy, but then you know, we need. I think we need some detail. It can be turned into a comment. It's just we're going to have to explain to all of the experts who coming in what the success state looks like, right?
So the interesting thing with reading the book is that, like, obviously all the things that the people in the book had experience with, the authors, they were part of AgileVentures, so they were all for-profit enterprises.
Yes.
So at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
everything in their end state was essentially, like, their real end state was, and we get paid.
Right.
And we get paid, and that's really what we care about. Like, we match people with trials, and then somehow we get paid.
Yeah, but I think that is kind of a given, right? But I think what generally is a theme running through it is that people will not pay for services where they don't see any value in them to them, and people will not adopt practices where they don't see a win for themselves. So I think the fact that they're for profit is kind of by the by. I mean, they've got like a Medium account, and then they've got lots of other examples for non-profit organizations, government organizations doing the same things. But sorry, you wanted to make a further point?
Like they have what in the book, I guess, later on, or what?
No, as I just said, there's a Medium, the blogging system, right?
Okay.
They have a AgileVentures thing, and they have posts from like hundreds of different groups around the world using the design sprint approach in all sorts of things, all sorts of situations, independently of for profit. But I think even if you're doing it for a non-profit organization, the end goal is still it has to be sustainable. You have to be able to, you know, pay for.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
Right. So,
but if it's
are you saying there's something fundamentally mismatched about us having this kind of everything? Go on.
What I'm saying is that usually, if you're a for-profit company, the first thing people want to know about is how to monetize it.
Right.
Whereas as AV, you can have lots of happy people, and it just doesn't generate enough money because we haven't built in
absolutely
the right incentives for people to actually hand money over.
Totally. Right. And so that's why critically in this goal state, I've got while AV organizations costs met. So none of this is really meaningful for us unless that's held true.
Right. But the whole process that we're about to draw has to somehow generate revenue, right?
I think it does. Or at least.
And that's kind of part of the trick.
No, totally.
So I'm just riffing on how it's actually, this is going to be hard because it's not going to be like, you know, if we're selling coffee, it's kind of obvious where the money's coming from, right?
Yes and no. I mean, you know, the thing is that people, I mean, you may say that
people are accustomed to buying coffee.
They're accustomed to buying coffee, but it may be that if you've got a competitor who's underbidding you, right? Then it's like you're asking the question, why would people buy our coffee as opposed to someone else's?
Right.
Either way, I think it's hard. It's totally given. The question I was asking was, what do we think about this as the end state? You know, like if we got to this point, would that be done?
Does that make our goal?
Is it the correct end state? Is there something missing from that? Is there something we need to add to it?
We had 3 parts to the goal. Are they all in that?
I think so. That's sort of what I've riffed on.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
We're not saying whether we're compensating people. But...
Well, exactly. But I think that's important because I think that you know, go on.
I mean, in this flow diagram, everybody could be volunteers, right?
In principle. But I mean, I think what I'm saying is that I'm trying to remove the assumption that one person versus another gets paid, right? That it's the board members versus the mentors, or like who is the person who's getting paid? Like, it's organizations cost met doesn't mean we just pay for the servers. It means we pay for everything that needs to be paid for in order to sustain things.
Right.
Right. But like there's an open question there. It's not like we should say like, oh, we should just pay Sam. The question is like, are there things that need doing that won't get done if they're not paid for that Sam or Michael or Matt could do? Right. So what we should do is, rather than thinking, oh, the goal is to compensate people, let's focus on working out how we can have the system work. And absolutely, if it requires an input of Michael and Sam pairing 8 hours every day in order to build the thing that works it and no compensation for them whatsoever, it's just not going to happen. Right. But we need to work out what the things are that need to get done rather than worry about who gets paid for which one at this stage, I would say.
Yeah. So, Sam, could you put the timer on to?
It's already on. It's running down for 40 minutes. It's on 28 minutes.
Oh, great.
The timer will finish when we've said Greg is going to be available.
Yeah, I'm just confirming that he's available.
Sure. And if he's not or he's available later, that's certainly no loss to us. I mean, it's like, because a little bit more time for working on the map will probably be extremely valuable.
All right.
All right. So where are we?
Well, I think we're wanting to get now more of the
Steps.
more of the stakeholders in place. Like,
Right.
I mean, and then how do we split them out is an interesting question, because we've got like, there's a senior developer, and there's developer and junior developer. I mean, there's different, and client could be spread out into socially responsible business and non-profit and government agency and what have you. But yeah, this is, I think, the key now. We need to sort of start making those decisions about.
Maybe one box for developer and then underneath it, whatever you think, Sam. But
Indeed. Well, I think that
but it might be different.
The argument for splitting it out for the developers is that the developer, depending on the level of experience, might be taking up a very different role in the organization and getting very different things from it. So
Yeah, I'm worried about how big our map is going to get, but
sure.
I guess that's good for now. Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking like we won't split up client. Like I've changed that to good clause client because I think it's, that probably won't be different in that regard.
It says keep it simple. Maps should have between 5 and 15 steps. If there's more than 20, it's probably too complicated.
Sure. Right. And by that, I think they mean the steps like leading from the stakeholders to the end state, right?
So that's going to be hard to actually fit in, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the nature of this thing is we need to make it like the whole thing needs to be made a bit. What's the word? Like I like. If we had a big whiteboard, it's easy to draw small on the whiteboard and then connect things up at different stages. Like what we kind of need to do is to, I guess ideally with the map, do they have page set up and make it a size where it just, they've got this standard 4:3, probably make it widescreen. Is that gonna, there we go.
What did you do?
I just changed the page setup. So it kind of, there we go. It just gives us a little bit more space. But I'm kind of ready to start drawing hypothetical interactions and things. I think everybody else should feel so empowered as well. Oops, sorry.
What's meeting mean?
Um,
I don't know. I was gonna throw in there. I didn't create the meeting thing, but I imagine it's like
Oh, I see. Okay.
like a requirements meeting or something, or
indeed. Like, I mean, there's it.
Right.
Sort of. I think what we need to do is imagine all of these stakeholders or actors or what have you in the state before they've actually, you know, really encountered AgileVentures.
It's just Greg calling me.
Yep.
Hi, Greg.
maybe we need a whole nother diagram for how they hear about AV.
Very possibly. I think one can totally have multiple diagrams. But so I think what's really important now is that we think about I think these individual boxes can hide, you know, varying degrees of complexity. But so we want to kind of, I don't know, what on earth is happening with this line? I would suggest try making all the lines elbow connectors, because that'll allow us to move things around.
So what is an elbow connector?
So if you click on that, when you see up here on the top,
Oh, okay.
the left there's a series of different options for how you can connect boxes. And so I'm kind of going here for a series of like logical steps here. But like it's a prerequisite. Like people are not just like randomly propose projects out of nowhere. They need to hear about AV and then they need to propose their projects. And I guess that leads to I feel like there's an additional step here, is that the project is accepted.
Now, what would be the?
Go on. Is it 10? It's bigger than the other one's gone down to 8. Okay.
So this project accepted and visible thing,
Huh?
like right now, that's kind of not happening, right?
Well, it's happening informally. So, someone like Sage comes in and says, hey, I heard about AgileVentures on the podcast. We're doing this thing. I thought, that could be, and we say, oh yeah, that sounds interesting. And we help them, create a Slack channel and an entry in the project list. And, at the moment it's very little. We don't make people, sign a contract or anything to become listed or what have you. Maybe we should, but
we
there's a process through which it becomes visible, and others can then potentially find it and start contributing to it.
I think we have 10 emails a day from India about some project or another. Comes on non-profit site.
Yeah, absolutely. And we reach out to them, and in all the different email templates we get, people don't reply, which is kind of weird.
Oh, you are sending them a template now?
I have been sending different kinds of replies. I was sending them one version of a template that I did, and then we had feedback from the marketing team, and I now send a different one. And then I also tried sending sending it maybe that was too long, and I sent it like a short two lines saying, I've tried all sorts of different ways in being enthusiastic towards those kind of out of the blue emails, and none of them have yet resulted in a follow-up email. Maybe there's something simple like my AgileVentures.org email is being marked as spam and is not getting through to these people.
Huh. Probably.
You right there, man?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. Was Greg confirming his availability or?
Either 45 minutes from now or an hour 15, which either one we want.
Okay.
Yeah, I think probably pushing it back. The later the better in terms of the more
So
coherent thing. More sorry. Blah,
I'll put them in
coherent
the
thing.
goal.
But so, yeah. What time was he saying that he might be? So originally we had him scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, but now he's okay with, sorry, 10.
10 Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have him for 10 Eastern because we've got Laura at 10:30 Eastern, and that
Okay.
would give us another big chunk of time to get this. I'm feeling pretty pleased with what we've got in terms of our high level goal and the how we might fail. I think that's great, and we can share that. I think it would be great to have, you know, the allocated time available for what's the word? Getting this the map sorted out.
So that's 10 o'clock. Do we want to invite other people and have a little kickoff or?
Well, you've written interview kickoff, which sort of suggests that we get all the people together at once, which I think is not quite the idea for the expert interviews.
I'll take that off.
Yeah, just put Greg in there. I think the idea is that we talk to each person separately.
Okay.
And
But I thought you had said we would talk to them all at once to save that introduction.
no, I said hypothetically we could talk to them all at once in order to explain the same thing over again, depending upon who was available at what time. I think that from the design sprint point of view, that's not ideal, right? If everybody was only available at, within a short period of time, we might have to do that. We had, it seems to me, kind of the opposite problem, which is that actually people were available at quite a wide variety of times.
Okay.
So I think the time that Greg's now available, I think that's actually the time, according to the schedule, that we might start the interviews.
Yeah, that's perfect then.
Right.
Yeah.
Assuming that we're not doing lunch. I mean, I'm kind of eating my lunch here now in parallel. The difficulty I have is I might not be able to stay around for the Sage one. The idea is that we finish, I think, all of the interviews, and then we have an hour to kind of like work out what we're doing. So, I mean, what we've got at the moment, then, according to the schedule, is we're going to speak to Greg and then Lara, and then we've got kind of half an hour break, and then we've got Zhao, and then we've got half an hour break, and then we've got Pat and Sage. And I'm probably going to have to go. Look at the times. Yeah, after having spoken to Pat. So anyway, we work with what we can. I mean, I think if we could get Pat and Sage earlier, that would be to our advantage. But it is what it is.
Well, after you're gone, there's kind of no point. Since
I feel the same way about you, Michael.
I mean, since you're the decider.
No,
At the end of the day, you're deciding.
I don't think that's true. I mean, in as much as if we get to the end of the day and Sage is available, you two could be telling him about this stuff and getting input from him. Like
right.
the presence of doing an expert interview doesn't require the decider per se,
No,
right?
But there's usually the decider's representative, right, who's going to vote.
Sure, but like you can like. I would say here, rather than me going into detail and explaining why, please trust me that, for example, the value that we would derive from Sage being shown what we've done so far, and just you and Matt getting input from him would not be significantly lessened through my absence. You could say it will be the end of the long day, and we'll have spoken to 4 other people already, so there's diminishing returns from speaking to Sage, and you'd rather finish early. But I don't think it.
I'm just thinking at the end, before you go, you're going to make your decision, right? Or are we saying you're not?
Well, this is the thing. We've got this weird setup here that I'm looking at the moment, where we don't have it ideally set up. So, like in the ideal world, we would have let's say that we had Patrick here and we had Sage here, right? And we even kind of try to get them a bit earlier, and then we would have, you know, kind of an hour at the end in which to make all the decisions, right? Oh gosh, what am I doing? But we don't have that, and I mean, even my wife's rearranged the schedule, so I kind of need to go at 6. But what we kind of have, it was kind of ambitious, like we're kind of in a situation where we've got a lot of people that we want to speak to. I mean, my bigger point is for the NHS thing, you know, we ended up not being able to get people until much later in the week and so on, and we adapted, you know. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you know, we've got a choice. So we could kind of say, well, look, you know, we'll speak to these 3 people, and then, you know, in order to have an hour to do the final thing and get the day 1 finished on day 1, we could say, Pat, sorry, it's worked out on Sage. Thanks so much for making time available to I think actually it's not going to work out. Get it done, finish it up, and then start on Tuesday. Or we could say, well, you know, these people's input's really valuable. We want to get it. So, and then we kind of try and squeeze, you know, the deciding thing into the beginning of Tuesday. Mm-hmm. So it's a judgment call. But I think probably what we should, I think we probably want to maybe focus on getting the map done. At the same time, you know, we could be saying, send off one of us to go and ask Pat and Sage if they were available earlier, or ask Lara if she's a bit, like, you know, if we were operating so that we kind of squeezed, if we only spoke to Greg for 20 minutes and then we only spoke to Lara for 20 minutes, but I don't know. I mean, I think right now we should try and focus on getting 1 round of the map done.
Developer. Hmm. 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 EV board member, huh?
Well, I don't know.
The timer just went there for that one. So this is the time that oh gosh, what's it called? Greg was going to be available, but so now he's going to be available in another hour, right?
Hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll put a timer on for 55 minutes to give us, or maybe 45 to give us time for a break and then coordinate ourselves.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Should we? Yeah. I'll put the timer on for 45 and we anyway. But yeah, I don't know that I mean, the AV board member,
I don't know if you need that.
no.
That was something about approving allocated projects, but that's
Yeah, I think that's the more the AV board members will need to approve, you know, paying certain people for certain things and this, that, and the other. But that's kind of, you know, like, I think if we can create a compelling argument for why the whole system should be the, you know, flow in the way, then that's, you know, that's kind of by the by.
What about the one above it?
Yeah, wealthy benefactor would be great. We're, you know, I mean, I think we're open for donations and sponsorship from wealthy or mediumly wealthy, or just, you know, a bit of spare cash. Can I move that sign up free back over here? I was just going to put that here. So like, I was assuming that people, you know, that they sign up after they've, I mean, like, see these bits here, like I'm kind of putting in two kinds of junior developers who have, there's like two kind of motivations. Like they might just like want to work on a real project, or they might just want to up their skills. And we kind of have services for both of those stakeholders. And of course, you know, the person is the junior developer might do one or either of those things. But I assume that they won't sign up for AgileVentures until they like hear about it, and then they kind of arrive there and they're kind of like, oh, okay, right, what next? You know, and then sort of just being aware that there's a free plan to sign up for will be the prerequisite for them actually doing the sign up. So that's why that seems to make sense over there.
Huh. Oh.
Who's the third person joined us?
Anonymous person.
Punk.
Anonymous Ibix.
Ask in the chat.
They're not actually editing anything, are they?
No, but I was just wondering. Don't want them to delete everything.
I think there's a version history in here, so
Okay.
even if they delete everything, we can just
Yeah.
I was just saying all of that, and I was muted. Well, we're all working away. You know, we'll go into it. And I think this is potentially quite efficient parallelization of the things. I guess are people feeling unclear about anything? Are we working at cross purposes? We're certainly generating an interesting diagram. Are you guys both feeling happy? We got another half an hour of. Are we all happy to carry on? I know there's lots more that I want to tweak on the diagram. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I think we got enough detail, don't you think? But yeah, whatever. What were you gonna say, Michael? Anything?
I wasn't sure. Looking for appealing project.
Anything we're missing, Michael?
You know, I was thinking that we don't actually have a client interview person.
Sage.
Well, I guess that's true, but
Armando.
Yeah. I think in terms of the interviews, the key thing is that we have. Bottom line is we just have somebody from outside. Like we've been in this little room coming up with this thing. We just need alternative perspectives. The key thing that, I mean, if we, for example, ended up focusing in on Friday through the rest of the week to say what we really care about the most is getting in these clients, then the group of people that we would want to be testing out some client-facing experience would be clients.
Mhm.
So I think that's where that's critical. I mean, I think that definitely in terms of I think we've got some great people who can give us input on this, Joao and Pat and Lara and Greg and Sage, different things. You know, it would be great if we had, you know, the three of us are all kind of tech heads. You know, it would be great to have, you know, a marketing person and a finance person and so on, like doing this with us now. But, you know, as Matt was saying earlier, but we've got this evaluate work thing here. I guess this is the good cause client evaluating the work.
Yes.
so
I guess we need an arrow from somewhere.
Well, it's sort of, we could just put that in text there. I mean, it's difficult because a lot of these boxes end up being interactions between multiple stakeholders,
Right.
and we're sort of showing like if we trace the flow for the good cause clients, you know, they hear about AV, they have this idea for this project that we might be able to help them with. There's some sort of discussion going on that gets them into the system. Then there's sort of a kickoff. I mean, there's, I mean, the kind of the paid thing is not necessarily so much, I would say, kind of come out of the kickoff meeting, is maybe going to come out of this discussion with the AV facilitators, right? There's the project before it gets to the point that, you know, like the NHS thing was, it was that negotiation went on first before there was the kickoff meeting. Similarly for Wiki EDU thing.
Move that over somewhere over here.
But yeah. I mean, it's almost, and it's kind of, you know, there are different, other than paid and unpaid. It's like, as that diagram that I did for the Myanmar people, you know, there's lots of different strategies that involve combinations of paid and unpaid, of some volunteer time and some, you know, paying for the project manager, paying for maintenance, this, that, and the other.
paid in any way, you know.
Yeah, there's a paid component. But yeah, we could probably move. We could probably move this line of stuff up a bit, like here.
Yeah.
And then the facilitator can be moved up a bit. And so there's kind of, the facilitator is in there, and then we've got like we could move the project meeting over there, and then the paid bit can just be moved in here. I think the arrows are actually connected up correctly there. They're just I think we need it. Let's, I mean that may. There.
Maybe the evaluates could go with retro somehow. I know it's different, but
Yeah,
retro.
I'll move it over that way. I mean, there's an idea. We're trying to create kind of a little. There's sort of a loop here.
Yeah.
About the project flow. I mean, the funny thing is there, of course, is like, you know, sometimes it's all offline, or it's like just pull requests and people are not actually doing explicit retros and this and the other. Maybe there should be. Got all this. I'm kind of very intensely editing certain bits of it. Are you guys kind of sitting on your hands now and kind of going, or are you working on something, or are you feeling that we're done, or what are you thinking?
I'm trying not to collide with you moving everything around.
Okay, so does that mean you're sitting on your hands and you just sort of stopped while I play with things?
I'm not sure where you're going with like the. Like I noticed when I'm moving things, it's just breaking them.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
So there's a thing about what you need to do to avoid breaking them is you see that the elbow connector that I'm moving here. Like as you move, like so we got the thing. It's got two ends there.
Yeah.
So I've got the blue dot. If I move the blue dot over one of the other things, that thing has a lot of purple dots.
Yeah.
And then I can connect it to that, and then that means that it will stay connected to it. So what we need to do to allow us to safely refactor, so to speak, is make sure that any, like this one here, we had this like allocate project income. Now I think that was something from the facilitator would do that. Is that the implication?
yeah.
Right. So then I adjust it so that that's connected to there. So now if I need to move the AV facilitator, it will not disconnect itself from the allocate project income.
Or if I move this, then it'll.
Right, exactly. As long as it's got the two purple dots on each end.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm just kind of reading the whole thing over and thinking, oh.
And that's great too. That's totally great. I mean, I'm starting to get, feel reasonably good about this top corner here. In as much as the idea we've got the more senior developers who are out there, that they're not necessarily. I mean, I guess there's always this. They may be looking to keep their hand in with their skills, but they're also they want to kind of give back. They want to contribute, and that. This sort of seems right that there's this process whereby, I mean, senior developers might be coming along and saying, oh, I've got this project but whatever. I mean, the
Well, they may want to learn too, though.
yeah, that's I was going to put another thing here, looking to like learn more skills. Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because there's like mapping how it's sort of happened now in a way that classifies some of the projects that have happened so far, which I think is what we're kind of doing. I mean, there may also be this, okay, that's how we've done it so far, but actually maybe we should be doing it differently. But this sort of feels right. What happens is that the clients, will be talking with, an AV facilitator, which is often me, but also Michael's fulfilled that role on occasion. When I think back to our initial discussion with Sage, I mean, the Ostra project, like Motosem, kind of, he was, I think, both a relatively senior developer and kind of brought in the client with him. And, he was then the delegate from the client who had the discussion with myself and Thomas and so on. But it feels like there is this is sort of the process that goes on. What we certainly don't do at the moment is we don't just like put all of the projects and try and just total clearinghouse kind of thing, like have one channel, which is the project hookup channel, which is, do we? We kind of, there's a sort of informal process of the project becoming like a project on our system.
Mm.
And then, you say, once we get past this point, all of these other boxes could involve any number of these individuals. And we've kind of got this, whether it's paid or not here. I mean, it's, if sensibly, we don't have that until, I guess, is this the,
Yeah, that's probably
yes,
better.
the yes is on the, coming out the front there.
Right.
Yeah. So we could, once we get past here, we can say, maybe a facilitator, and so that makes it clearer who's doing what there. Facilitator.
That's a premium money distributed. So we don't actually have like all the diagrams for all the stuff that junior devs can go through. Right.
I'm sure we're missing some things. All the stuff that junior devs can go through. You mean all the things that they can kind of do within AgileVentures?
So like they sign up for a free plan.
Uh-huh.
And then, they go through getting started. Someone's putting in.
Yeah, putting in that.
Sign up for premium mob, but in between those two steps, I feel like there's typically a lot of things that go on. Like people,
Absolutely. Yeah, and you could definitely try and add some of those in. I think we've got room to like take a chunk of things here and move them higher up and kind of create a bit of space there for that.
Yeah, and I just think about getting started, but it's probably more than that. All right.
Oh yeah, well, Michael, one of the things to do is just throw in boxes with the things that you think that might also happen, and then we can work out the order afterwards. Let's get the ideas down.
First PR or something like that.
Like the same.
No, sure. Throw it in there, and we'll yeah. I mean, the other thing here is what I've kind of got down at the bottom is more it was the route for people. See this split that I've got here between, the people who are they really want to learn on a real project. Other people are like, well, I might want to do that later on, but first I want to get the skills and so on. And there's a route whereby, there are people who've come in and are doing the mobbing who've never been involved in the,
Right.
the whole project flow. So, and both of those are generating revenue to a degree. But yeah, so the getting started steps, may lead them to premium mob. It may also lead to, getting involved in the project. We've got a second allocate project income box. Do we need that? Was that?
No, just a spare box.
Okay, yeah, I'll just reuse that for something else then.
Use it.
I guess we've got some leftover. There's like an arrow. Just gonna move some things. So like spare. And then I guess this pays box kind of redundant. Like we assume that if it's paid, yes, payment takes place. And then then we've got the next step is like AV facilitator allocates project income. And then distributes payments, and then AV.
Non-paid doesn't need to go through those two steps.
No, indeed. But so, I mean, we've got pay. Like we've got this sort of thing. It happens to be if it's paid, then those two steps go on. Whether it's paid or unpaid, then it kind of goes into the project cycle. So it's not so much a I mean, what we can do there is just connect up the like that. Now, what's this here? We've got this thing here of the junior developer. We assume that they go through sign up. That makes sense. Yeah, there.
Well, you have to get to the steps.
The getting started steps. Well, people can still browse to the getting started steps before they see them. But the problem, the first getting started is like will be sign up if you're not already, so it's kind of irrelevant. But no, I was going the other way here. Is like they sign up to sort of attend the project kickoff meeting. Like it's signing up that kind of gets them into Slack, gets them in a position to attend either in person or a hangout or a text chat. Okay.
Looking pretty good. We got like 10 more minutes, probably.
Yeah. You can see the countdown in the corner of my screen, or maybe it's actually blocked there because of the.
Oh yeah.
So we'll say that they attend their first scrum. Then they talk to Sam. They vote on their first estimation vote. And then what?
Yeah. Oh.
So their first PR. I mean, they've got their first refactoring. I mean, it's interesting. With Lokesh has actually been, as part of the role of doing the internship, has been following the sequence. Like he's, you know, did Scrum, talked to me / project manager, you know, checked out the project.
I'll read what's on the steps now if you want. Set up GitHub, create profile in AgileVentures, browse the projects, learn about projects, set up your development environment, look at the project documentation, join a stand-up, start contributing. So there's minor stuff like GitHub if you don't have it. Your profile stuff.
It seems like though we've got, like, independently of what's in the current getting started steps.
Yeah, just in case we missed anything, I wanted to.
Sure, which is good. But independently from the current getting started steps is we've got these two pathways where, like, this pathway that Michael's doing over here with estimation and PR sort of assumes that they're. Can you see this arrow here? Like they kind of signed up, and then I've got them going from signing up to going into a project kickoff meeting, and the kind of estimation vote and the PR. I mean, it's people do occasionally do these, but and then not get involved in the projects. That's kind of the stuff happening up here, and so maybe we should move it up there. And the things that are going like down lower here is people can like kind of come in and sign up and come into the Slack and say, oh, there's projects around. Oh, that's cool. All right. Oh yeah, but I really want to learn React. Right. Oh, I'm going to join the React mob. And they just sort of do that, and they don't do a PR or an estimation vote or attend scrums at all. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering about adjusting the position. I mean, that's actually, yeah, the way you have it, that's
the way he has it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, the way it's there. It's just that this sequence ultimately with the first PR, that's going to want to then, I think, link into the stuff that's going on up here, right?
All right, maybe move it over to the right in that big space.
Yeah, I mean, this set here could come down again,
like that. Like I just moved it.
I wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, well, what I would be doing first is I would just this junior developer box or the set of things that we've got here. I would just be tempted to move that down a bit, like this, and then this getting started steps kind of can come off the sign up free here. Oops, what happened there?
I just deleted the thing because it was.
Sure.
We were both editing. Something got whacked. There.
I mean
together.
I mean the interesting thing here is thinking about, you know, like there's this thing that I think is fairly clear in yours and my mind, Michael. I guess I don't know, or this idea that we had kind of from the beginning of AgileVentures, or we've evolved, which is the idea that you just drop into a random scrum to kind of, you know, just get learning about what it is and what's going on. Whereas I think there's also this, I'm seeing this more and more, is of like projects, they kind of want their own sequence of, they want their own planning meeting and their own scrums, and they don't necessarily want to encourage random people to drop into their scrums kind of mid-sprint unless they're specifically interested in that project. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like Thomas seems to want to know a little bit for the run.
Sorry, what are we talking about, Matt? Say again.
I was just agreeing with you that the run funk best them, and he seemed to want to know a little bit about you and then guide you into what to do.
Run fuck mitbestimmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he Thomas? I thought he was called something else.
Oh,
It's
I'll tell you in a second.
It was like Johan or
Robert. Wait for
Yeah.
Oh, that's close enough. Thomas and Robert.
Yeah. All these Western names are good.
not German. It is.
I mean, yeah, I'm seeing these different, you know, there's it feels like there's, you know, different pathways for people to take. Like there's a thing that we kind of do with the AV102 course, which is we kind of say, just come into the Scrum. It doesn't matter if you're not really involved in the project yet. Get involved in an estimation vote. You know, submit a PR. Just, you know, just go through the motions. And yeah, we'd love you to get more involved in the project down the line. Versus this other model where the first step would be getting involved in the project kickoff meeting, like the initial one, or a subsequent planning meeting before you join scrums or estimate or do PRs.
Is that the difference between junior and senior a little bit? What you're saying?
I don't know. I think it's just two different routes. I mean, I guess. I mean, I think that independently of whether you're a junior or senior, that's the sequence of where you might come in. But like this sequence here of like doing an estimation and then a PR, right? That could be a thing that takes place before you've decided on a project, right? Or it could be something that you then you do as part of this kind of like project cycle, assuming that you've been inducted into the project. I don't know, maybe I'm splitting hairs, I'm not sure.
Well, then take that talk to Sam out of here's about AV maybe, because that sounds like somebody who doesn't quite know what they're doing, and you would tell them, well, first do an estimation and then try a PR.
Right. But I mean, that's sort of like, I guess whether you're familiar with that process or not, every project's a little bit different. So whether you're junior or senior, it's kind of the project manager role within the project to help scaffold, you know, whoever's coming in so that they can kind of fit in and contribute to the project, right?
Oh, then we're missing a role.
Yeah, I think there probably is the project manager.
I think so, because I can think of a couple of things that we might want to be in on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that, like, you know, rather than it may be that it's not paying mentors that we need to pay, or that's it's not that paying mentors will be the thing that makes it all sustainable. It may be securing people to be project managers and having them be paid.
Yes.
I don't know why this. I don't want that. I mean, I think that the allocates project instrument, I mean, the distribute payments is kind of a given, right? That if they've allocated the project instrument, that like we don't need a separate box for that, do we?
Yeah, I was just wondering who was going to do it, but that's
well, it's
that's minor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well, I guess if we were all accountants, that would be like a major.
maybe.
That would take up half the diagram.
Yeah, the finance person might be putting lots of boxes.
I mean, I think the thing that's, I mean, independently of wanting to move these over to wherever they'll connect in properly, the key thing that I feel like is missing from this is the signing up for the premium sort of standard level. And because we've kind of got there's the people who want to like level up on their skills and they're not really worried about doing in projects. Okay, so they've got a route and they'd sign up for Premium Mob, and they'll kind of go that way. And then we've got a process like they sign up for free and then they're kind of getting in and getting involved in the projects and all this, that, and the other good stuff and so on. But like, you know, what's the point at which they see kind of paying for premium as kind of the standard level premium as some kind of benefit, as
like when they submit a PR and it sits there for 4 weeks,
right?
and then you're like, if you gave me £10 a month, then I would be more timely with this.
Right.
And then maybe they're like, oh, well, that Sam fellow should get £10 a month.
Yeah, what are they paying for? They're paying for.
Well, I mean, what we put into the premium package was, I mean, the kind of the key component was the idea that they would have their pull requests will get priority review.
Yeah.
As
and the tools. And
I mean, they also get, I mean, there's some other benefits like, you know, access to private premium Slack channels, eligibility to work on paid projects, you know, support on Stack Overflow, the RubyMine WebStorm stuff, other, you know, bits and pieces.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, part of all of this might be saying that we need to like unbundle all this and do it differently. It feels like I would say like this first PR. I mean, I think whether it's first one or not, there's like doing a PR, which is and doing an estimation, which kind of come in this sequence up here.
Time's up.
Yeah. So we're gonna have Greg in 15 minutes. Is that the
right?
plan, Matt?
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So we do maybe 5 more minutes to finish it.
Well, I'd certainly spend. I'm going to spend a little bit more time cleaning it up. Yeah.
We'll have time later, but we can make time later to clean it up. But part of what he's going to do is evaluate what we got. And
No, he's going to be looking at this. So I think, you know, part of it is like, you know, finishing this up as being coherent. So what we're going to sit down and do with him is first of all, we're going to like show him our long-term goal and get his input on that. And we're going to show him, you know, basically this and the sprint questions and input on that. And then we're going to kind of explain the diagram to him and he's going to tell us his thoughts about it. I think there's an idea that while he's like, and this is particularly to myself, rather than us trying to convince him that of our stuff, we just present our stuff and we, you know, listen to what he has to say, and we try and we act like journalists, and we try and draw him out about why he thinks the different things, rather than getting into a kind of like, oh, you shouldn't think this, or this is true, or that is true. You know, we wanted to draw as much information about him as we can. If we were face to face or all in the same room, what we would be doing is we'd all have like sticky notes where we would be writing down these things in the form of how might we. So rather than kind of trying to convince him of things, we should be, it's this thing from the book, we should be,
how might we save caps?
Yeah, like, so like the things that he brings up, rather than getting into a big detailed discussion, every thought that we have about what he's saying, let's turn that into a how might we note.
so people might want to keep a notebook and.
Yeah, so I think we'll kind of want to each maybe open a separate text editor and just keep a series of how might we's, and every time we have a question or a concern or whatever, we just kind of let him speaking, but we make sure that we minimize the amount that we speak by just writing down those how might we notes. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it says in the book, pretty much.
Yeah, and you read the book, and yeah.
So,
cool.
How might we cure cancer? How might we
Indeed
bring about world peace?
How might we make Michael be filled with joy on a regular basis?
How might we help capybaras?
Well, that may be the key. Ultimately, be the key.
So I put in a sign up premium box, but we don't know where that's going, or do we?
No.
Right now, it's just after signing up for free. So
yes, and it's an interesting. People can go straight to premium mob and get the premium mob benefits.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
I've turned on an air conditioner, so it's probably loud.
Uh-huh.
Do you hear that, or is it like annoying?
No, can't hear it at all.
Really?
Yep.
Must be filtered out by the Hangouts or the MacBook.
I think that's the thing. Like that, the beeping sound that you get. Like, I think that the audio is just totally different. For the experience for me, you and me is completely different. Similarly to like what's happening there with the
I never use headphones or anything, and I sound fine, don't I?
Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. No, we're just talking about that. There's this thing where I think Michael thinks he's got a lot of noise in the background. He's got a very noisy air conditioner, but that's not coming through to me through Michael's audio.
Yeah, there's literally an air conditioner over my desk right now that I turned on. And it's got like a hum. It's pretty loud.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
But you guys can't hear it.
No.
So that's really good. So yeah, and last night at around 6 o'clock my time, I silenced the alarm. So
yeah.
And each night this week I'll silence it at night.
Very much appreciated.
That way you won't ever hear it.
Hooray! I'm very pleased to hear that. Okay. Ooh. I'm just trying to get the sequence of things here sorted out. Yeah, the other thing I was saying is that, I don't know if anybody has responded positively to the priority PR review. Like, I've used that to allocate my time as a project manager to say, oh, I've got these 6 PRs, right? I'm gonna give my attention to the people who are premium members and give them priority. So it's kind of like, I don't know to what extent people have appreciated that or noticed that. It's certainly been a reasonable metric for heuristic for me to allocate my time. But also, I think some people have reacted indifferently to it, and some people have reacted quite negatively to it, saying, "Oh, I'm volunteering my time to this project, and you want me to pay you? That's rude, man." Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's definitely a kind of a potentially controversial thing there.
Well, maybe they just need to know that other people pay for pairing, and they just don't. They're not familiar with.
Right.
Yeah. Educating them is part of it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
It's well, and it's interesting because I've got in trying to say that, I've had reactions of people saying like, "Why should I care that you have to spend time on this? I just want to code." Why should I care that it takes you time to review the PR.
Right.
And I'm kind of like, well, I need to feed my kids, and they're like, well, I don't care. So it's kind of like, huh.
But then what they're like, I mean, I've noticed if you just
Somewhere
go to
else.
some random, you know, open source project, like
Right.
there's tons of PRs that people have spent time coding
Uh-huh.
and have been open for like 6 months with no comments.
Right.
Right. You just tell them that it's not uncommon to take a long time to review PRs, and
Yeah.
you just live with it. I guess you're going to have to live with the normal.
Yeah, the normal state of affairs, and the premium is the idea that you're paying, you know, in order to get, you know, faster service and also like higher quality, you know, rather than saying your stuff sucks, like actually giving you constructive feedback. I mean,
Yeah.
I think there's an argument from those people on those side that like there's all these open source projects out there, and there's lots of people putting in their time for free, and I can just go to one of those. So why should I pay you anything to get that sort of stuff here? But and it's sort of, I think we can agree that potentially there's some value. It comes up to, I guess, maybe the kind of the key thing for us here is it's like people have this idea that there is a value to be derived from contributing to open source, and they're putting their time into it. But it's not, I think part of the way that that's presented is that, well, you put your time into open source, and there's no, it's not commonly the case that you pay in order to do that, right?
Right.
And so we kind of, in terms of, you know, having a system where people can sort of come in and set up their own projects, and this sort of happens for free, and then trying to get the, say, yeah, like premium stuff, like you could have that. We run up against that issue that it's not commonly part of the open source experience.
Right.
Well,
Neither is getting one-on-one help and
right,
getting free access to tools like RubyMine and
yeah, right, and so yeah, there's different, you know, which
Or
ones
is like,
go on.
you know, people don't normally have like open development meetings like every day.
No,
in an open
absolutely.
space.
oh yeah,
Usually everything is conducted like impersonally through text. And
yeah, depending on the project. Depending on the project, I think there's a huge variety of different things. I'm just going to take a quick break. I assume
you got to take a break. Yeah,
is Greg going to be? He's going to be available on the Hangout in.
yeah. I shipped him the link. He's never used Hangouts before, but
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if he gets in. Yeah. Well, you may want to phone him and help him through it, or what have you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do that.
I'm just gonna I'll just step out so then we can come back and show him.
Yep.
how might we save capybaras?
We could allocate 5% of our right on our homepage of income to Capybara International Conservation Corp.
Do you think that would help sell our memberships?
Am I? I don't know. I'm gonna call Greg now. Yeah. You got the email? Okay.
Hi, Matt.
Hey guys. Hey Greg.
Oh, hi, Greg.
All right.
Here with Michael.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah. Can you
Okay.
hear us?
Yep, I got you.
Good stuff.
Great. There's like a script we go through, supposed to go through with each expert, but first we should maybe introduce ourselves. Sam, then Michael, then me.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Greg. I'm Sam. I'm the co-founder of AgileVentures. Yeah, I got a background in computer science, in industry programming, in academic research, and yeah, I've been now doing the AgileVentures stuff kind of full time for the last year, facilitating, setting up projects, helping out individual learners, trying to improve the process. There you go.
Cool.
Great. Michael, you want to do short?
I'm Michael, studying computer science. I'm volunteering at AgileVentures for quite a while now, and I'm helping with the design sprint that you're interviewing with.
Great, thanks. And you know me, 20 years programmer, pretty new to web stuff, but I'm pretty heavy into it now with this, especially with this. So that's it. Maybe you can. What we're supposed to do is maybe you should introduce yourself, Greg, real quick.
Sure thing. So my name's Greg Ames. Matt and I were college classmates undergrad. So that's how he knows me. I was a computer science major undergrad, went into the industry, held a bunch of positions in programming, software development, managing engineers, mostly in embedded systems, a little bit of disk and I/O controllers early on, got into the networking industry back in the mid-90s when ATM networking was starting to take off.
Mm-hmm.
Worked for a company called AeroPoint Communications that developed the first web router. So we were the first company to do deep packet inspection and look at, we'd identify TCP port 80 traffic and then go deep down in, figure out what content was being requested, and do backside server selections based on that, and we insert cookies into the packet of return traffic so that we could properly identify flows and reconnect them with servers. Mm-hmm. We eventually went public, got bought by Cisco. I left Cisco. I got my MBA. I started a couple of web businesses after that, more on sort of the I wasn't actually doing the development. I was more managing the developers at that point. And so now I'm back in Hanover. My wife works for Dartmouth College, and trying to figure out what I'm going to do when I grow up. Well, that's sort of my whole story.
Yeah, great stuff. Really appreciate you taking the time to come and give input on our session today.
Yeah, no problem. Anything I can do to help?
Great. So first, we're supposed to go over like our long-term goal, our sprint questions, and then this process map we've developed. So
Yeah, well,
Sam,
Matt, do you want to share your screen and go to the long-term goals? And do you want to talk
Yes.
Greg through that?
So Greg, do you see how to get to my screen, or do you see it on the?
I'm on. I see it now. Yeah.
Okay, good. There's at the lower right, you can click amongst the screens and.
Yeah, like Google Hangouts, normally, like whenever it sort of adjusts the screen dynamically to who's talking, but you can override that. If you want to click on one of the 4 boxes at the bottom and get the white surround around it, you can focus on one screen rather than having it jump backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. It was automatically going back and forth to whoever's talking. But right as Matt mentioned it, I clicked on his thing and it's locked on. So got it. Good. Now, can I get off that and go back to the dynamic?
If you just click again on the same thing, the one that's white highlighted, it'll switch back into the other mode where it just automatically jumps to whoever's speaking.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So I also mentioned we're only going to keep you for like 20 minutes or so.
Okay, that's fine. I've got a 1:30 meeting that I got to do a little bit of prep for, but other than that, I got.
Yeah, but we're trying to keep the schedule, so we're not gonna.
Yeah, we've got other people coming in as well. We're going to show them the same stuff. So, but yeah, there'll be another opportunity for it to talk. It would be lovely to talk. You know, we talked about having another conversation. You know, more general one. This one might be a bit time constrained, but there'll be chances to talk further in future as well.
Excellent. Then I'll let you guys go and stick it to the schedule.
Great. So our long-term goal for the we decided this sprint is going to try to go after is, I'll just read it. You can see it on the screen. A significant number of people, we want a significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects, helping good causes around the world. And then as kind of sub-goals, the real project should be receiving real support that leads to satisfied clients. And then another sub-goal is the whole process should be sustainable, by which we mean generate enough income to pay for services necessary to run the organization. Server costs, software costs, staff costs, contractor costs.
Yep.
Okay. So
feel free to ask clarifying questions at any time, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't be talking so much. You should be talking, but I just did a quick intro. We did a bunch of questions that we want this sprint to answer. There's a lot of them. I don't know if I should go all through all of them, Sam, or just give Greg a second to look at them.
Yeah. Maybe we leave. I guess we could give Matt a link to the actual document, and
that's better.
We'll certainly do that, and then I mean, I think that the high level summary there, you know, that's the we kind of derived that from the details underneath about what the 4 of us who originally started today, each while we're doing the project, why we, you know, where we want to be in 6 months, a year, and 5 years. But we can probably skip over those, given that we've given the high level summary, just into the how might we fail. I think that's the, you know, if the high level summary is making sense to Greg, then we don't need to go into those subjects there. But it's the sort of the sprint questions, of which we probably have maybe a little bit too many. We're asking, you know, what are the kind of questions that we hope we were going to answer, get some answers to this week that might help us succeed rather than fail.
Okay.
So, for example, I've got you know, will clients ever be really satisfied with work from a group of volunteers? And then you can see there's many other questions. And maybe actually, Greg, would you prefer to just read them through yourself or have them spoken out to you?
I mean, it's probably just as easy for me to read them, because if you read them, I'm gonna read along with you anyway. So.
Yeah. There's about 15 more. So if you want to quickly read through them, and I'll get them. The next thing I'm going to show you is our map, and I'll spend time on that. If you just want to read them through and ask us questions if there's anything in there that's unclear.
Yeah, the first one's sort of an interesting thought. Like, while clients be satisfied with a group of volunteers, so we can go back and talk about that one, or I can keep skimming through them.
Yeah, probably the thing to do is like if you skim through them, and if there's anything, like the thing to do is probably we don't want to get into discussing whether they're true or not at this stage. It's just like if they are coherent as questions, and then we show you our map, and then it's open season, basically.
Okay, yeah, they're definitely coherent. So, all right.
Yeah.
Matt, can you page down? I don't think I.
Yeah. So you read mine, then Michael's.
Yeah, I got yours. All right, cool. Well, that's a good one.
I put the link also, but yeah, it's
Did I get that?
in the chat. In the chat for the Hangout.
Yeah, but I don't see where I get to that. Well,
Well, don't worry. If you can see Michael's ones there, I mean, there's a, if you're on the Hangout and you mouse over the Hangout, on the left-hand side, they've got a little series of buttons pops up. And then the top one is a blue one with lines in it that's called chat.
Yep.
And then
got it. Yep, I see the doc. Okay, cool.
And if you click on it, it should
All right,
open.
yeah. Okay, I'm good. Why don't we go forward?
Okay.
so you've had a chance to look at all of the questions.
I have.
Excellent. You're a fast reader, and that's wonderful.
Yes.
So maybe I'll just try and briefly present this map. Which
So if you look at the end screen now, because you're locked on that still.
So the other thing we've been working on today is basically setting it up so the different kinds of stakeholders or actors in our system are represented on the left here.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're probably self-explanatory. We have this goal state that comes out of that long-term goal that we described there, which is that we want the satisfied good cause clients, satisfied by satisfied good cause from work done by the developers who learned from and enjoyed the process while the AV organization's costs have been met. So we sort of created that box first, and we've worked back from it, or forwards to it, backwards and forwards. With this is different processes, which this largely describes the different ways that stakeholders can interact in our system at the moment. And so you can see both, senior developer and junior developers coming in. We've got initial motivations for the junior developer. They may just be looking to level up their skills, and they don't really care if they're real projects or not. But some of them are really wanting to work on real projects. They hear about AV, they search through our projects and the different plans, and they might well start with signing up for free because that gets them access into joining project meetings. They can see the different projects, but actually to start attending the project meetings, they kind of need to jump into our Slack instance, which they get access to for free. In order for those projects to be created, the AV facilitators need to work with the clients who themselves need to hear about AV, and then say, oh well, we've got a project. You guys got some volunteers. That might work. And those projects get accepted and become visible, in our Slack, in our website. There are senior developers who are also looking to maybe learn, keep their skills fresh, want to give back to the community by contributing to charitable projects, and so those, we bring together senior developers, junior developers, potentially project managers, the good cause clients. They get into a project kickoff meeting. There are some paid projects, in which case, the AV facilitator gets involved in allocating the project income. Given that the project meeting, the kickoff takes place, then we go into this sort of agile process of Scrum, estimation, pull requests coming in, round and round, doing retros, more planning meetings. There's kind of like a loop up here, that eventually after enough cycles, the product achieves, agile projects are never complete, but ideally it gets to the point where the client is feeling better than they did at the start. That's what we hope. There's kind of a key thing here that this is need more support. And that could be actually, I realize we're missing a thing. It could be that the client wants more support, or the other people, the project manager, but we're sort of seeing that as from the junior developers. In order for them to get more support in, being involved in this process, they may sign up for premium membership which gives them extra help on their getting their PRs submitted and merged and so on. So that's the top half of the diagram. And then the bottom half, we've also got developers who are wanting to give back by mentoring. They become maybe mentors. We have this other sets of activities that are not so focused on particular projects. These are called mobbing sessions, which costs a bit more. People who are just looking to level up their skills on an exciting new technology like React or Elixir or something, they might come and sign up for Premium Mob, join these mob sessions. If they want to get more individual support, they can sign up for face-to-face sessions. There's an idea here that the face-to-face sessions are supposed to be on a particular project. So there's kind of a line that you can almost not see off the bat there. That's by attending these face-to-face sessions, they're kind of getting involved, and that's helping them get their PRs submitted and so on. And I guess the idea is overall that then we are facilitating developers helping each other, becoming mentors of each other, allowing junior developers as they're trying to level up with more complex technologies, work on real projects, to give them more support and help, and that they will be willing to maybe pay subscription fees for that. We have about 40 premium members signed up at the moment, of which a quarter are mob, and there's a handful of these the most expensive face-to-face things. And we do have some other frameworks where the clients can pay for maintenance and longer-term support of their projects and so on. But I think this is a good portion of the current offering and what we try to do. Does that make much sense? Any questions about any of that?
Yeah, it does make sense. It's kind of interesting to think about, because your incentives to your employees are different than in a normal sort of paid environment, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. In that, you're removing salary from the equation, but I think that there's this little box here that says, "Here's about AgileVentures," and that's actually seems to me to be a potentially a really key one. Mm-hmm. How do you market and get the word out? Because if you have a large enough pool to draw from, then you shouldn't necessarily have. I wouldn't think you'd have a problem getting enough people, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's one thing to go out and look for a developer when you're going to pay them, because there's a lot of people looking for jobs. But if you're looking for something that the rewards are different than monetary, it may be harder to find people that fit that model. But but if you can really get the word out, you get a large enough pool, really, law of large numbers and all that good stuff. If you get a large enough pool, then I would imagine you'd certainly be able to get a good selection of people. Right. So it's a very interesting idea. And I apologize for not having read your business plan yet. I kind of got hung up with some other stuff, and I'll try to get...
No problem at all. That's really interesting what you're saying, and we're all sort of taking notes in the background. It's interesting. I mean, when you say employees, I guess you're thinking about the junior developers. One thing that's maybe not been explicitly mentioned here is that this is all open source and open development. So the projects that run, all the code is visible. All of these meetings take place and they're videoed, like in these Hangouts, and so it's kind of going for maximum transparency. And the idea, I mean, completely independently of us, of course, there are many hundreds of thousands of open source projects that people are contributing to, and so on. With it as a whole, as you say, it's a completely different incentivization structure.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I'll shut up. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Feel free to go back to the questions we were asking about how might we fail, or the bigger picture, or anything at all.
Did I save that? I did. Okay. Okay. So you mentioned that you were concerned about clients being satisfied with the work from a group of volunteers. So talk a little bit more about that. Is it a concern about the quality of the work, or is it a concern that there will be something intrinsically wrong with the work in a sort of nebulous, undefinable way? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, and I think it might be a bit of both. I mean, I think what we've particularly seen recently with with projects generally is that the big problem for all of this is turnover of people. So, like, we might even in fact have the client be involved in these kickoff meetings and so on, and in the whole process, and sometimes the client is themselves, a programmer, and then people come in, and the client can spend, I don't need the project manager a fair amount of time onboarding that person into the project, getting them involved, and this and the other, and they contribute one thing, and then they go away, and so there's a kind of, the project managers and clients can get frustrated because they feel like they're investing a lot in the people, and then the people are disappearing, and
Right.
then there's maybe a bigger, both of those things that you mentioned, I think are concerned. It's like, oh, okay, we've got all these, I mean, it's offset against, people believe that Linux is probably more stable than Windows now, and obviously that was all created by volunteers. But it's, I think, is it probably generally well understood that, if the open source project hasn't got a critical mass of people contributing to it, then it kind of drifts, and there's no guarantee of quality.
Right. Yeah, I'll buy that. Okay. There's yeah, it's very interesting that there's sort of this, there's a critical mass is a good way to describe it, and projects get some degree of validity by activity and maturity. Yeah. Okay. It's funny. I remember I was on the Minix mailing list way years ago. Decades ago, even when Linus came out and sent his little message saying, "Hey, I've created this kernel. It's really cool. Who wants to look at it?" And
Awesome.
He got roundly flamed for having done a monolithic kernel in the great new glorious age of microkernels. It was
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think we're missing anything, or any ideas to get people to stick with us? Or
No, I mean, nothing comes to mind. Have you been having problems with getting people to stay?
I think there's definitely, the interesting thing is that we've been running for kind of 4 years, and we've, certain individual projects get quite busy at certain times.
Okay.
And I think that's often a function of there being kind of a committed project manager. The client's quite engaged. There's several people around. People get into a routine and they do stuff, and some successful projects have been delivered, and I think there's some quite satisfied clients from that. That by itself is not enough, but they haven't necessarily generated any income.
Right.
One of the things that we changed to a year ago is saying, well, let's make these premium plans and offer people more kinds of support. So, you can get you get priority reviews, like professional code review on your pull requests. We have some deals with some other organizations to give free software, other things, sort of a package of things to help us. We can probably ignore that time. We could probably give you another couple of minutes, I think, before the next person is due. So people can sign up for that, and there's this other one where the mob, you get to join in group sessions, and you have the face-to-face, and you get to join in personal one-to-one sessions. And we've also started taking some paying projects from clients, and saying the client will get more support, and the whole thing is done on a total absence of deadlines if it's done by volunteers. But if you have a deadline, right, pay us some money and we'll distribute that appropriately, and to the organization, and potentially to the individual volunteers, who then become paid to contractors, and we'll move you forward. And so we've done the proof of concept. There are certainly people that exist that will pay for each of these different levels, I think we're in a state of, how do we tweak these levels and their prices and the packages and the way that we present it so that we can take it, even further. Like we're covering our server costs, but not really our staff costs, if you know what I mean.
Right, right. It's sort of an interesting flip of the model, because you're not, the typical model. I'm thinking of like the Red Hats of the world and the Cygnuses and the Ubuntus that are taking open source software and distributing open source software, but selling support services to customers. And in this case, those would be sort of your client. And you guys are sort of flipping that model around, and you're trying to, as I say, you're trying to get your support revenue from the employees, not from the clients, which is different. And I've not heard of anybody doing that before. So, there's going to be some challenges there, only because it's sort of it's an atypical model that I don't know if it's been tried and proven yet.
Sure. Yeah. So, well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. We're certainly open to getting the support money from the client as well, and we created plans for that. So far, that's been rarer. Although we've now got one. We just delivered a project for the UK's NHS that used off-the-shelf MediaWiki open source software, and we've got a maintenance contract out of that, and that's providing useful revenue. It's a proven concept we do have people paying for this stuff. Yeah. But as you say, like it's certainly not like, I think very few people know about the. I think that's what you've proven is it's certainly not. There's no awareness of this as a kind of a general approach.
Right. That's what I was.
Right. Totally.
Have you tried to get clients, to go back to why would we fail? Have you tried to get clients and had people turn down your offer for free services? And if so, have you gotten feedback on why?
I don't think so.
Well,
go on, Michael.
We have a marketing site for nonprofits that we get emails to regularly, and we send a template response asking for more information, and they've kind of never responded back.
Right.
But anyone, I guess, that we've really talked to hasn't straight up refused free services. I mean, we've had people refuse contracted services.
Right.
Kind of like, well, they were kind of like, I would not want to, necessarily contract out to your group. I would just contract out to a traditional company.
And I think that the key thing that what we have had turned down, like the nuance on that, is that I think many of the good clause clients are kind of looking for an off-the-shelf thing. Like most of them are not looking for custom development, or at least they don't have the budgets for custom development. And they are like, can you get Drupal and stick it in here and maintain it? But then that's like, the junior developers are not particularly interested in learning how to become DevOps maintainers of Drupal. They want to learn how to like build new projects from scratch.
Right. Yeah.
Greg, before we let you go, you mentioned to me one thing is, why isn't this a for-profit venture? Does that?
Well, yeah, I when we were in the car over the weekend, that it kind of occurred to me. It's like, it seemed a little different than what I would consider a typical business model of, you're a for-profit web development company, and then you use that, you also do some interesting pro bono work, and you use the profits from the paying customers to fund the work for the the non-paying customers, but I hadn't thought of it from the standpoint of there was a sort of a piece of the model that I wasn't aware of when we were talking of the subscription model for the developers, which is interesting, and I'm still trying to figure out how that plays in.
It's weird. It kind of puts us in between. There's this, and I popped it into that business model. The business model, by the way, is a very rough draft that I just threw up there. Yeah, isn't it? Go on, Michael.
I was going to say that the AgileVentures is a UK charity now, so in its charter, it has a dual purpose of both tech education for developers, people that want to learn about technology that maybe aren't ready enough to go work full time for a company, as well as supporting good causes.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is that puts us, I don't know if you can see my screen here, in between these two groups. So there are businesses, like the for-profit businesses, that target charities specifically and say, we're going to do great work for charities. We'll do stuff, there's another one, KindLink as well, just come out in the UK, who will do closed source paid work for charities. So we're kind of competing with them in that, charities and nonprofits could understandably go and say, right, we'll pay these people who are experienced in doing that. And then there's all these businesses targeting developers, but have no charity component. It's like, we'll live mentoring services, exercise and mentorship for junior developers, and people pay subscription fees and other kinds of fees in order to get help with their development process. So we're kind of, in the middle of the street being hit by traffic from both directions. Like for anybody considering, for the client considering, should we, contract AgileVentures, there are competing for-profit services saying we'll build your website or whatever. And for the individual developer who's thinking, oh, I could level up, through this process of being mentored on a real project, well, actually, there are these other, groups that are doing it. I mean, the key differentiator for us for this developers group is like, we can say real projects, which I don't think anybody, there's Free Code Camp is doing it, but that's our distinguishing feature. So go on.
Yeah.
I was going to say Free Code Camp, I think is a lot like us, though.
Yeah, there's the difference with Free Code Camp is that they have both onboarding you from scratch as if you have no development experience, and we're saying like, well, we assume that you've got some basic development experience, but so like now let's start further up the thing. Actually, definitely have Free Code Camp in there. I don't know. I guess, and then this sort of occurring to me is that the problem here is I guess the only thing that we can say to the charities is, look, we're a charity as well, and we have access to these volunteers who can potentially maintain the system and create an open source community around the thing that's built, rather than you being locked into a closed source version if you pay one of these companies to do stuff for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm trying to think about, I wish I was more involved in so I was on the board of a local humane society a few years ago, and I aged out when I hit my term limits, but I was not all that involved with the website redesign, and I wish I was, because I might have been able to give a little more information, a little more experience based on that. But I would think that pitching the we're a charity helping charities model would resonate with folks like that. Because we were always trying to figure out how to fit within the budget, how to allocate funds, and I got we had the website redesigned because it was just old and clunky, and it was just time. But if somebody approached us and said, hey, I can do it for free, and I'm also helping to train developers, and it has this great altruistic function on the back end, but it might take us a couple extra months, I don't think we would have cared at all about extra time. The fact that we would have saved money would have been great. And we didn't necessarily, it wasn't a huge investment in our time to review the site, designs that were presented to us. So even if we I think that even if we had done, even if there was a perception that we're not getting something as good because we're not paying for it, it's like if it costs more, it must be better model that sometimes sneaks into our mindset. I think we would have lost a lot of our time and energy in nipping that in the bud. We would have seen it early. So I think that's an interest. I'm sort of thinking out loud here, but that's an interesting approach, I think, in terms of how do you convince folks that there's a good match here.
Absolutely, and the interesting thing I think there is that kind of we run the risk of, if we kind of pitch it to the charity, is like, you can get all this stuff for free, and then if the developers are all getting involved for free, and if nobody pays up if no one signs up for the subscriptions, either the developers for the extra support or the charity for the long-term maintenance, or a bit of speed up the development here and there, or just pay for a project manager, then we end up with kind of doing everything for free, and then not, and the system not being sustainable. So it's kind of getting that balance right. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, although if you can, again, no, you may get pushback on the developers because they don't want to just be maintainers, right? They want to develop new code, they want to do sustaining engineering. But if you can, there's an interesting there's an interesting nugget there of we'll give you the site for free, and once we develop it, then you sign up with us as a subscription to do the maintenance and ongoing and maintain the servers and that.
Right.
The advantage to that too is that now you've kind of got a longer term committed cash flow coming in that helps you budget expenses, as opposed to, well, let's land a contract, we'll get $10,000 or whatever the number is, and then figure out how long what that gives us for runway, and then try to get the next gig at some point down the road, as opposed to trying to line up something that's a more continuous income stream. I mean, that's why startups are now trying to focus on a lot of these subscription models that kind of bring long-term continuous revenue.
Yeah, totally. Go on, Matt.
We need to get, is our next expert waiting? I just want to make sure.
She's not online at the moment. Yeah.
I can contact them in the background.
I've already contacted her I just pinged her. Oh, she just came back to me and saying that she's ready. I hope. Gosh, my Slack is being a bit slow. Yeah, she is ready to join us. So, Greg, it's been really great to get your input. I know there's a lot of new stuff here. If you have other thoughts going forward, we would love to hear more from you.
Yeah, I feel like I feel remiss in not having done more background work, and I apologize because I wasn't exactly sure what was going on today. If I had done more background, sort of research and looking at the site and reading the docs, I might have been a little better prepared. But I'll flip that around. I'll do that after this, and then come back to you guys with anything that comes to mind, because I definitely think there's some interesting goings on here.
I took a bunch of notes, so I got a lot, Greg. So
okay.
Yeah, no, I made a whole load of notes from what you were saying, Greg. And in some ways, I think hearing you think aloud, just in response to first seeing it, was also very useful for us. So no apologies necessary. But yeah, I think there's certainly room for, if you have more thoughts later on, we'll get double benefit from both your immediate reactions and also your longer term thoughts.
All right, very good.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you. Hope we'll get a chance to chat again soon. And bye for the moment.
Great. It was great to meet you guys. Thanks.
Bye. Take care.
bye.
Bye.
Hey, Greg.
All right. So I'm just sent Lara the link to the Hangout, so maybe she'll join us. I don't know. I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got like 8 how might we's out of that. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I got like 6, 5 stars, 6.
Michael? Did you get a few how might we notes out of that?
I got 3.
All right. Cool. Yeah. I think that was good. That was great to. I thought that was great to get. That input. I think I probably spoke too much. You guys have to tell me to shut up sometimes.
Shut up.
Thanks.
You needed the background, I think. That's the hard part. You're supposed to only spend 2 minutes on background, and That's not enough.
Well,
Hey.
yeah, Laura's here. Hey, Laura, how you doing?
All right, and you?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, it's all good. Well,
All
part
right.
of the process.
Good show. Well, yeah, let's we're just talking about timings and things. Let's put a timer on. He said trying to put a timer on. And now you've been following along, watching some of the video as we've been going along today.
Yeah, that's correct.
So I think the idea is that we give you show you what we've been doing, like about our long-term goal, about these questions we're hoping to resolve this week in this map that we've designed, and you'll tell us your thoughts. Does that sound all right to you?
Yeah, perfect. I think that's great. I think I mean, you guys don't need to do introductions, but I think as we're just live and we know that some people will watch this, I'll just do a quick introduction from my side. So my name is Laura, and I've been with AgileVentures as a Premium Plus member for 8 months now. I have been doing marketing most of my life, graphic design, web design, and last year I made the decision to do a full stack development course, boot camp, I should say, through Craft Academy. And after that, they onboarded us onto AgileVentures, where I started this journey.
Yeah, fantastic, and which we have really enjoyed you being with us for that. It's it's great stuff. So you already know kind of a lot of where we're coming from, but just for the form, So we've come up with, and these are works in progress. We're totally open to being different things being suggested. This is what we've developed so far. Is the long-term goal: significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects and helping good causes around the world. And we also want those should be receiving real support that leads to satisfied clients. We also want the whole process to be sustainable. So that means that we can, through the process of all this, generate enough income to pay for services necessary to run the organization, server costs, software costs, staff costs, and contractor costs.
Yeah.
And so I'll just carry on. Do stop me and interrupt me if there are things that don't make sense. What I'll do is present this and present the next set stuff, and then you just tell us your thoughts. So presumably the long-term, the high-level goal makes sense. All right.
Yeah. Perfect.
So there are. I mean, I think this document you can at your leisure.
Yeah, I've read through that. Yeah, I've read through that.
You see the background. That was sort of summaries of those things there. We've then had the sprint questions. Did you were able to read through these already?
Yeah.
Or,
yeah. I've read through them.
Fantastic. Any questions or clarification about any of those?
No, not at all. I think they're very good and sustainable questions. I mean, also I think Michael's asked some really pertinent questions there in terms of the one that really made me think was where was it now? Well, enough people in the world who really want to learn through, authentic volunteer experiences to make this all worthwhile. So, and there was another one of his that also kind of resonated with me was in terms of, let me just go to the document. Sorry, we moved away from it now. Will we attract a critical mass of volunteers so people can find each other when they want and have time to volunteer? So, will there ever be a cap on that or not? I think also just from Matt's side, is are customers willing to pay for support and development? Well, and I think they will more so. I think because AgileVentures is really building up a good portfolio of applications that's being developed. Just from your side on your questions, will we work hard to allocate funds effectively? And I'm sure you will. I mean, I don't see. I mean, I mean, AgileVentures is in the 8 months that I've been with you. Financially, you've definitely have grown in some way. So those funds must be being allocated effectively if you're still in business to this day. I think, yeah, I think just from my side, yeah, I think your questions are great, and that I think they need to be questions that we keep asking every 6 months to every 12 months.
Good show. Good show. Excellent. Well, thank you for the feedback. That's very valuable. Let's take you on now to our map, which is sort of what we're going to be trying to use to direct our questioning. Like we're not going to be able to answer all of those questions in this week.
No, sure.
And those questions refer to different parts of this map of how we're seeing stakeholders potentially interact in order to get to our end state. And so we started with the, the end state, which is over here, which kind of should be linked to the high level goal. Satisfy good calls clients, through work done by developers who learned from and enjoy the process while AV's organization's costs were met. Jumbly, I've got to reword that, but you see the connection. We've got the different clients over the side. Do I need to talk through this for you?
I watched the whole planning and while you were doing this. So, I think it's great. Yeah, I think it's great work. I think the only question I have, being a junior developer, is sure in the beginning stages we're looking for a project, or we've heard about AV from somebody else. I don't. Here it says we searches projects and plans. Just a thought is that before they search projects and plans, I want to know, as a junior developer, how am I going to benefit from AgileVentures? Maybe before I search for projects and plans. So there's a bit of an emotional connection missing there. Here's about AV and then searching projects. How is it going to differentiate my life? And then from there, I'm going to look. Okay, I'm going to look at the projects. Is there a project there that there's a language that I know that I can take part in? If so, then move on to signing up. I'm going to sign up for free. I'm not going to sign. I know that I'm not going to sign up from free and go straight into premium plan, because I'm going to want to experience the whole, how, what is a scrum, what happens in the scrum, then watch a bit of a pairing program, then get inspired to take on my first feature. So where it's got sign up for free straight into premium, I'm not sure if that the option must be there. I'm not saying it must move. I'm just saying that I think your percentage uptake on that is going to be very low.
Sure. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I think also everyone does read the get started steps, but I think especially what I've experienced when the last 2 weeks when AgileVentures, everyone was away for public holidays and holidays. There wasn't many people around to onboard new people. And I think a lot of people want like a hand holding. I've experienced that. Like, even though that they've read the steps, they still want hand holding, and sometimes they don't want to be part of a scrum just yet.
Sure.
So, But otherwise, yeah, I think you guys have cracked it. What else? Sign-ups for mobs. I know somewhere in the conversation today, I heard you talking about contracts.
Mhm.
Can you just remind me what that conversation was about?
I
think
that was.
Michael.
Go on.
No, Karen.
I mentioned contracts in as much as, well, Michael was asking me about what's this proposes thing going on over here. And I was saying, well, it's informal at the moment, but there is a sort of process, that involves, chatting going on. And then, I mean, in principle, anybody can add themselves, add a project, as it were, to the system. But even though we've made it possible for anyone to do it, most people don't realize that they can. And so they will come in and say, oh, I want to add a project. Can I add this project? It's a good project. We have the new projects channel. We show them that they can add a project. They do add a project. And something that I've wondered is it all a bit too informal? Are people, if you just say to people, oh, if you want to do it, just go and ask that bloke over there. Then they're kind of like, whereas if they have like a form, I mean, not long, like with the 4 fields, it's like apply to start a project, and includes your email address, and you'll be kind of like notified when you're approved. Then that formality, I think, is comforting to some people.
Yeah.
That they feel like there's actually a process, there's an established process in place, and there's considered reflection going on about this, that, and the other. And similarly for the developers, even being onboarded into the projects. Like before you'd be onboarded, you'd have to apply to the project rather than just turning up in Slack and saying, oh, and you'd make a kind of a commitment for 2 weeks and saying, right, I'm gonna. I don't know. It might be the way to go, or it might be a total disaster. But that was what was on my mind, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and I think just also I got the stats this week from Slack in terms of how many people had signed up or had joined AgileVentures Slack, and how many became they went dormant. And it was quite interesting. I think I can't remember the amount, but it was quite a lot of people that signed up onto AgileVentures. But after that, what happened to them? So I think that for me, that is still one of the pertinent questions that we need to solve here. Is the onboarding process?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Other than that, yeah, I think that's it from me. Any questions?
The question that's on my mind is, just do we have this sort of is at least a reasonable reflection of how things work, are supposed to work, or what have you. I guess the question on my mind is like, is this sort of wrong-headed? Maybe we shouldn't be trying to derive income from the people who are volunteering on these projects. Maybe we shouldn't be doing real projects at all. Maybe we should be focusing on this path of just group learning together, which is like the bottom half of the diagram. Or maybe the group learning thing is detracting from the project activity, and we're being split into 2 different directions there, and both sides become weaker as a result of the split. Like, yeah, that's the question on my mind is okay, here are all the different bits and pieces. Should there be some radical revision of removing some section of this diagram, or connecting different parts of it, or adding something completely new to it? That's the question on my mind.
Okay, yeah, I think I think working on real projects is very important, especially for a volunteer, because it becomes part of their portfolio.
Right.
I don't think I would have got this job if I hadn't worked on paying or projects that were real. So I think there must be a way to incorporate it. There must be a way. So yeah, I think that's more thought, food for thought there.
Well,
Go on, Michael.
So we have mob sessions where we like go through things like Elixir and React and stuff. But how might we get those technologies actually in use?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good point. I mean, I think a lot of the people that have also signed up is that the technologies that AV is building on aren't languages that our projects are being developed in. And I think that was one of the things that I did bring up, I think in last week's marketing meeting, or 2 weeks ago, where we just said we need to state what languages each project is developed in. So I think that's a very key, a key point, because I think that will also stop the drop off, because people will come in and know that there's a project that they can work on to a language that they've used before, so they'll feel comfortable. Where instead of someone talking like I had a member sign up last week, a free member, and he wanted a Java project, and I just said go to MedPlus, and he went to MedPlus, but nobody was around, and I could feel he was getting frustrated because he didn't know what to do, and I know that his connection wasn't great. And he tried to join scrums, and I think that's also another thing that we need to, how do we talk to those people that can't join scrums all the time? So is that something that gets fed into the project feed, where they can go back later, maybe their internet connection is much stronger at night, and they can go back and watch that scrum and feel comfortable?
Absolutely.
So it is, I mean, this is a very, very emotional journey. It's not just a business. You are helping people, you are bettering them, you are making them better coders. So I think to look at it from that side. But yeah, I think everything's great. I think the process is great, and yeah, I think learning about the benefits of AgileVentures for me was the pertinent key question.
Yeah, that does sounds very powerful to me. I think that the like what you say about the drop off is that it, like, I think if we could have the concept of what happens kind of over here, right, this, like the learning process and the cycle there, and then you get something to go into your portfolio, and here is a sequence of steps that gets you to the point where you have this, improved portfolio, and that you can kind of see that and understand that at this point, right? If we could inject that mental model into people's minds there, they would be much more incentivized to sort of stick with it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, and even for your senior developers, because a lot of senior developers are also coming in who don't understand the agile methodology.
Right.
So they've come to AgileVentures they know how to code, but they also want to understand that process. So perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Laura, it almost sounded like you were gonna say we should be mobbing on PRs instead of, like, the focus should be on the projects and not, or maybe it's when Sam was talking, I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's just a question, I guess.
Yeah.
Others.
Yeah. But great work, guys. I think you've done an amazing job here. And I think it's a beginning of a beautiful love story.
No, it's great to have your input on it. I mean, the questions I was asking earlier about do we need to get rid of this, that, or the other? I personally am very emotionally committed to the idea of learning on real projects. At least, like, if at the end of this week we said, nah, let's not do real projects, let's focus on just having it be learning about stuff, I kind of would probably drift away. Yeah, because I'm not like it seems to me that's the most interesting point, is when people go from just having been playing with something as a toy, and then they go to the point of actually they can solve somebody's problem with that actually makes a difference to some, you know, at the point that you're just learning for yourself and learning how to do it. It's kind of, you know, it could be just an art form, really. It's just a way of spending your time. There may be hopes and dreams that it leads to great things, but it's still effectively a private activity, you know, and you might share it with a few people. And, but then that point where you actually go to, I'm gonna try, and it's a hugely nerve-wracking thing, right? Like to try and take those new skills and employ them to actually help somebody who might react by saying that wasn't very helpful, or somebody else might look at it and say, well, you didn't help them very well, or what. No, like, you're really putting yourself out there when you go over that next level, right?
Yep.
You're very exposed.
You are very exposed. You're being very vulnerable.
But I think it's an extraordinary learning opportunity, and I would love to help more people cross over that bridge, because I think what I see is when people do cross over that bridge, the leaps in confidence and, you know, everything afterwards are just wonderful to behold, right?
No, for sure. Great. Well,
Michael, did you have any questions for Laura?
Oh.
No.
All right.
So I think just for that, for me, that would for Michael's first question, will turnover of volunteers make projects suffer? I think if we get this all right, I think we'll have less turnover of volunteers, I should say, on projects. Anyway, you have 2 minutes. You can all have a tea break.
Yeah, I think I will definitely need some tea. Laura, thanks so much for your time and input.
Thanks so much.
Great stuff. We'll catch up with you again later in the week, I guess. Yeah, Matt and Michael, we should look to the schedule.
So the schedule now is there's a blank interview slot. So I guess, what do we do?
Well, I think we need to look at. I can't immediately find the schedule.
Okay, ciao guys. Keep well. Bye.
Thanks, Laura. Take care. Which I bring up here. I have got the schedule now. Right. So we've got half an hour, and then we would talk to João, and then there's another half an hour, and then we would talk to Patrick. So, like, I think in the ideal world, like maybe, for example, Sage would be available now. We'd talk to him, we'd talk to João, we'd have done 4, and then we'd have an hour. And what we would do is, the next activity, if I'm right, Matt, is about coordinating our how might we things. I mean, I've got...
We vote on the how might stickers.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've just got them as a list of things. But so the idea is, my idea for how we would do this is we would be sticking them into another like thing like this, and yeah, because you've read the whole first day, don't you? Like, both of you, you know what happens next, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, they kind of go up.
Put them in a pile, categorize them.
Right. So I guess if we're going to make most effective use of the time, we should start doing that in the gaps that we've got between the interviews, right?
Yeah, let's just get the method for that, and then maybe we can decide whether or not we're going to take a little break or work on that.
Yeah.
For the
Well,
next.
I think I'm definitely going to go and get a cup of tea now, or maybe a cup of coffee, and bring it back up.
I have crumb donuts if anyone wants some.
That would be lovely. If you could just ship them over to me, that'd be good. My plan right now is I'm going to go and get beverage. I'm going to come back. I'm going to start putting my how might we notes into a new document like this. Maybe I will make the document first. So let's just go in here. I can see my computer is starting to like slowing down under the weight of everything. We're doing this ongoing hangout here. I'll just get this started. Yeah, and it's gonna take a while, and then get those in there. So maybe like then we can get we might have a few more from Joao, and we can pull those in, and we can do the organization. And then the final bit is sort of sticking those sticky notes into the bigger map to work about which thing we focus on. Are we all good? I definitely recommend both of you guys getting. You may have beverages to hand.
No, I need a break, but if you could share that document.
Yeah, I'll get that document set up and ready to go, shared appropriately, and share it. So when you're back, it'll be there for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a break.
Excellent, thanks, Matt. And now put this the right way around.
She's not gonna be an expert today.
Is she not available today?
She didn't say anything. She hasn't written anything in the document, and then she's not responding to me on Slack.
Yeah, it's a shame. We'll do. You know, I think potentially other. I'm hoping what this will be is enabling. You know, other events.
What happened to Blandine? She just.
Blandine texted me this morning to say that she suddenly had some commitments to for her business school, and then asked me if the marketing meeting would happen. I think we may not have, and I said we. I may not have effectively communicated to her last week that quite what the design sprint was, or the commitment to when it would start, or what have you. So yeah. Lokesh is asking me in the background if the design. Oh gosh, the Kemp Beck is happening. Could you? Oh, trying to do too many things at once. What am I going to do here? I'm going to come in.
Someone wants to run it, right?
Yeah. Indeed. Let me get this into here. Design sprint. God, my Slack is really slowing down. Maybe you could just explain that to Lokesh, what the deal is. I mean, I did write it in the summary in general earlier on today, but of course he won't necessarily have picked that up. I don't like how that comes out. And I get, oh.
How's that?
Well, I think what we will have to have is each individual how might we in a separate like sticky note like this in order to do the next activity. So that's a great first start, but yeah, we need to get them into this kind of thing as I'm doing there. And I encourage you to do it into like, rather than doing it as just raw text, is to use the shapes thing.
Shapes.
Yeah, so can you see my screen?
Oh, you mean this?
Right. Now you can be setting the color on the background of a text object and get it, what have you, but I think it's probably easier to create the shape thing, stick it in once, and then copy and paste the shape, and then do it over again. Yeah, maybe I should. I think we're going to need to make sure that the font size on this is much smaller. That's probably too small. Okay, well, I started that. I think I'm going to make a cup of coffee. My brain is going nuts. Feel free to copy my ones, you know, to use the, you know what I mean?
Go on.
So if you look at my screen,
Yeah.
so if I select, you know, not the text, but one of my ones here that I've got, like a blue one, and I just do, I'm in Command C, Command V, creates another one, and then I can double click inside it and do Command A, and then I can copy and paste in the new, you know, the next one. So if you want to be creating things like that, you can just take an existing one, copy paste, gives you a new sticky note, and you know, core out the text and so on. All right, I'll see you in a minute. I'm just gonna make some coffee. Back momentarily.
So you're an armadillo?
That me?
That's what it says.
I'm a fox. I thought. Anonymous fox. And anonymous buffalo. Am I? Maybe you get different ones. I don't know.
I think you're an
Yeah.
armadillo on mine.
Yeah, I'm a fox. You're a. Oh, it says wombat.
Really?
Yeah, for you it says wombat.
Huh.
That's funny. They don't make them the same.
Well,
Doesn't matter.
you're like inside of a box right now, right?
Yeah, I'm typing.
Anonymous armadillo.
Okay, so you get different ones than I get.
Yeah, I guess that's sly of them. Sly people of Google.
I got my Spark Cash card from Capital One to put.
So 3 more interviews to go.
All right.
Yeah. But I think Sam's saying he's not going to be around for Sage, right? At the end.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we can just do it quicker, probably. Although he won't be familiar with all this stuff, so. I think I got all mine. A lot of them were duplicates, so I didn't want to duplicate exactly what other people. Maybe you're supposed to, but it's not. Doesn't seem worthwhile. Oh, my son is going to get that Vietnam game that you were talking about because he looked it up and thinks it's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He loves war movies. We watched Apocalypse Now yesterday, and he loved it.
Do you like napalm?
Oh yeah, he loved that part. It smells like victory.
You can call it in that game. You can call it napalm. As the U.S. It's great.
Hey guys, how are we doing?
Good.
So is this, we've got all of Michael's and Matt's how might we's in this document?
Yeah, I did. Some of mine were like exact duplicates, so I didn't put those.
I think the idea is that you do put those in.
Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say, but.
Yeah, and then we move them together.
Okay, I got a few more then, I guess.
I'd throw them in, like, because the presence, I think the presence of them indicates more people thinking about the same thing.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
that's
like a ×2 or something on the ones.
yeah. Why don't you throw them in? I mean, because it's also, okay. I think that the idea is that rather than us relying upon the judgment of one person for similarity, that we're distributing the process of like those making those assessments of similarity.
Okay.
We probably need a machine learning algorithm to.
I'm sure that we do. I guess I'm just going to go and check with Joao that he's available. He is online. I definitely feel like it made sense that Lara had, I think we were able to have a lot more discussion with Lara, partly because she had read through the stuff and been following it from before. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's great.
So Joao's saying he's free.
Lokesh is here.
Hey, Lokesh.
Hi, Sam.
How you doing?
I'm good.
So, do you have limited access to electricity, do you, in your building?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said you have limited access to electricity in
No,
your building?
no, actually, I think there was some repair work going on. That's why there was cut off.
Oh, you had a temporary power cut.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right. Right. That's a shame. But and so the power has come back on now, has it?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, it's yeah. We're sorry to have lost you. It's a shame. We'd like to have you, involved in everything. It's a little difficult to reincorporate you now, but definitely feel free to hang out. Hey, Joao, how are you doing?
Hello. Good. And you?
Yeah, not bad. We are making, I think, some sort of progress today. Yeah, definitely interesting things going on. I've just been distracted by chaos going on in my house in the background. I think the design sprint's going pretty well, actually. Yeah, but so we've got limited time for you, for us. I'm just going to put a timer on for 25 minutes here and try and start it if I can, and just take you through some of what we've been doing. The key things to show you are or Michael, do you want to, like Matt took the lead on the first one, I was talking in the last one. Do you want to take the lead and talk JP through our long-term goal, sprint questions, and diagram?
Sure. So if you see my screen, that's what I do.
Yes.
So we first today we asked ourselves questions like, why are we doing this project? And then we asked ourselves where we want to be 6 months, a year, or even 5 years from now. People had different answers. But then we came back and then asked ourselves, so what is the long-term goal of AgileVentures? And we came up with 3 sentences. So the long-term goal is a significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects helping good causes around the world. And then the real projects should be receiving real support that leads to satisfied clients. And the whole process should be sustainable, by which we mean we generate enough income to pay for services necessary to run the organization, e.g. server costs, software costs, staff costs, and contractor costs. So does that make sense? Wow.
Yes, it does. Yes.
All right. So then we moved on to questions of how could we fail in this long-term goal. And do you want me to read these to you, or
we could share the document with you if you prefer to read it yourself.
Yeah, you can share the document.
I've got the link ready to share with him, Michael. So
I just shared it in the design sprint Slack, but you can also.
I DM'd it to you, JP.
Okay, cool.
And it's down on the second page, sprint questions.
And Michael, maybe you want to explain how we would construct, or maybe you did already, like what sorts of questions they are.
Basically, they're questions that are supposed to envision sticking points of where we could potentially fail. So, for instance, Sam asked the question, will clients ever be satisfied with work from a group of volunteers, right? Which kind of relates to the long-term goal of satisfied clients. So if you take a minute or two to read through them and see if
Okay.
it makes sense to you.
Okay, cool. I think I read through them.
Do you have any questions or comments about those?
Oh, I like the one that will some be overwhelmed? That's a fair question, and really, that's something that needs to be considered. So yeah, questions about them? No, I think they are all very good concerns. There,
And then the last
like
one.
not good concerns, but
They're good questions to try and answer.
good questions. Yeah.
So then we created this process map, which describes kind of some of the key stakeholders in the party and how they interact. And particularly, so over here on the left, we have all the stakeholders like senior developers, good cause clients, project managers, junior developers, and so on. And over here on the far right, we have the end goal to satisfy good cause clients from work done by developers who learned from and enjoyed the process, while AV's organizational costs were met. And then we spent a bunch of time basically describing the similar to basically how AV kind of works right now to a large degree. So for instance,
So like, is that the bottom part, or?
it's this middle part in between. So let's.
Oh, so that's currently how AV works.
The whole thing, the whole diagram is really a description of what currently happens.
Right.
And
Okay.
some of them like happen effectively and not so effectively, but it's like, you know, the way it's supposed to work.
So take a senior developer like yourself, and we say you're looking to learn more about skills or looking for some appealing project to contribute to, and then so like you brought in a project, so that project became accepted and visible, and then we said, oh, you had a project kickoff meeting, held some scrums, you estimated some stuff, people wrote code, and there were PRs, there were retros, planning meeting, and scrums, and this goes around forever until chat finally releases something, which we hear will happen someday, and that will result in a satisfied client, right?
Yeah.
So someone else who's a junior developer may be looking for similar things like an appealing project to contribute to or want toy projects to skill up on. So they hear about AV, They say, maybe I'm not ready to just do a project. I want to have my hand held, so I sign up for free, and then I join a mob session, and then we did have, basically, they join a mob, and then they pay money, and that money gets paid in here, and that goes to defray the cost of the organization. So we're not going to explain like every single one of these process steps, but I think if you have the link to it, you can look at it.
I'll send him the link.
I have it open here.
So do you have any questions generally about it? Just does it kind of make sense to you?
It looks quite a little bit confusing, but yeah, I think so.
So now I guess it's the part where we shut up and you start telling us stuff about what you think about this diagram or AV or what we really need to be spending our time on.
Okay, cool. So like for starters, the diagram is very detailed and kind of hard to read. But yeah, I think it depicts more or less the way things are at this point on AV. Yeah.
Are we missing anything, or is yeah.
Sorry?
Are we missing anything, or is it?
What's the AV facilitator?
That's kind of a senior AV member who, you know, like when we have the arrow here coming into projects, like when clients come in, they potentially propose projects, or our senior developers say, I've got a project. There seems that, although we have it set up so that in principle anybody can just, you know, create a channel, create a project, and so on, whatever. People are like, they want to talk to somebody and say, is it a good fit? You know, actually, how do I do it? Like, and so that the AV facilitator are people who are, you know, kind of helping with the onboarding of clients and of actually individual developers who are saying like, oh, how do I get involved in a project? And,
like Patrick, right?
Although Pat has more been in a project management role, I would say recently it's more like for example, Federico is in a sort of AV facilitator role where he's hanging out in the new members channel, and people are coming in and saying, oh, you know, what kind of project I want to do, the project in Python or what have you, and he's semi-regularly posting, you know, advice about which projects are in which languages. You know, Lara and Michael and people sort of pitch in and kind of help in the general sense, rather than I'd say Pat is usually been more specific to MetPlus or SHF project, but yeah, anybody can do it.
So it's more of a role than like a identity.
Okay. So it's okay. I think I get it. I think one I'm not sure how is it working currently, but we kind of have now people that tutor individual people, like have tutors for new developers and everything. How's that going? How is that going? Is that something that you guys discussed before? Is this something that's currently in this?
Well, it's part of the diagram.
graphic?
So if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of the diagram, I just highlighted here, there's this member upgrade to face-to-face. So, you know, we've got, as I was saying to people before, there's about 40 plus premium members who get this, like, you know, support on their pull requests and things, of whom about 10, maybe 15 now are premium mob members who are getting these group sessions, which at the moment happen to be focused on particular technologies like React and Elixir. And then there's a handful, 5, 6 or so, who are upgraded to face-to-face, and they get one-on-one support And the idea is that that one-on-one support is on, like, that's why there's this arrow that goes around here on helping them, you know, like pair on a single session, on a single feature to get that into a project.
Mhm.
So that's happening, and there is a kind of, I mean, the big question on my mind is, so we've got a proof of, in principle, that there do exist people who are willing to pay for some of these additional levels of support, but then the bigger question is kind of becomes, how do we like get more people to do that to the point where the whole enterprise is kind of more organically self-sustaining? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. Do you have any kind of feedback around this? Do we know how the sessions are going? Are the people happy with the mentors? Are the mentors happy with the mentorees? Is that even a word?
Are the mentors happy with the what, sorry?
The mentors and the people.
Yeah, well, are they happy in both directions?
Yeah, if they are happy in both directions, do you have any sense about that? Or they are just like assigned a mentor and there you go?
But both Michael and Matt are on, I mean, maybe I can say what I think, but Michael and Matt, do you want to talk about your own experiences and whether you're happy with what's going on in your sense?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
I said I don't really have anything to say on that.
Okay. So Michael, equivocal then. Matt?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think maybe some more like hand-holding at the beginning would have gotten me in quicker.
Mm.
I kind of had to find my own way. And
Was that before you were a premium member?
before I was I guess, yeah. Because I joined and I was lurking for quite a while.
Right.
Trying to find something. I was very interested, but I didn't.
I might be wrong. I think JP, you what? But so I mean that's extremely interesting and valuable from Matt there, and that relates to what Lara was saying. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, JP, you were wondering how these mentoring sessions are going, and basically at the moment, I'm the only mentor. I'm running all the face-to-face sessions. I'm leading the mobs. Potentially, Matt himself will start his own mob, but that hasn't happened. We're talking about that. It hasn't happened yet. I think that'll be exciting when it does. My sense from the people who are taking the premium mob sessions is that certainly some people are deriving value from them. Like, you know, Matt and Michael are both people who are potentially deriving value from it, but they may, partly because I'm here, they may not want to say it. They may feel they can't speak honestly about, God, that awful Sam Joseph is like the way he runs the mob session. So that's, you know, difficult to, but superficially, I would say that I think certainly some people, you know, we are getting people who are repeatedly attending the mob sessions.
Mm-hmm.
What seems to happen, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt and Michael, is that there's few people who can kind of keep up with the pace of the, like, if they have a full-time job and they're trying to attend the mob session weekly, you know, they'll do it for like 3 or 4 weeks in a row, and then some stuff will come up and they'll miss one, and then they'll fall behind, partly because we're working through these, you know, course materials, they'll fall behind, and then we won't see them again, and they might join a new mob, but they'll kind of fall off the wagon from the mob. Would you say that that's a reasonable characterization, Matt and Michael?
Yeah, I think so.
It's easy to fall off if you miss one.
Right. And so we've got, oh, go on, Michael.
Then Sam mocks them in the mob. And
Yeah, I'm really evil like that. I kind of like, I sort of take an effigy of them and I stick pins in it and so on. And people say that's wrong, but I you know, that's my religion. So, you know, and what I notice is that there's a little bit like it's kind of a gym membership sort of thing, in that people, they want, like, they don't necessarily take as much value from the system as they could, because it's like an aspirational thing. They want to get better at this coding thing, and then they miss some, and then they're kind of like, oh, I want to do it, and they're still in the
they sign up in January, and then the third week, it's January.
That kind of thing.
Gym, but I think that's why the gyms make you commit for like a year.
Right. Indeed.
So that's sorry to cut you guys off. So my question was more related with this feedback loop. If we are aware of how things are going, if people are happy, if people are not happy, I don't think we do have a system that allow us to understand if this is being productive, if this is a good thing, or then we can just do like the gyms and just make people pay for a full year, and we don't care if they come up or not. But I don't think that's the point here. That's what I was asking was
right. Rather than asking what's our impression about what the feedback, you're saying, do we have a feedback mechanism for people to give feedback on, how they think the face-to-face sessions or the mob sessions are going? And apart from Federico created some like premium feedback channels on Slack, which nobody ever used. It's a lovely idea, but I guess we're not explicitly asking for feedback from mob and face-to-face folks, other than we reach out to everybody on a monthly basis. So premium mob, premium face-to-face, everybody on a monthly basis, we kind of check in with them. And so there's a couple of other mentors helping me do this now, and we check in and say, how's it all going? We mention again the benefits and say, there are these other benefits. Would you be interested in them? What stuff that's blocking you at the moment? And that's an opportunity for people to give feedback. But of course, maybe they would be more forthcoming in a not like a kind of anonymous survey kind of thing, where they felt, yeah.
So I think that's something, because that from that feedback we can tighten. If we can tighten our feedback loop there, we know what's working and what it's not. And maybe people are not coming in because they can't, because they don't have time, or because like they feel that something should change, or that's too slow for them. And eventually, if we see that we have a lot of people that think it's too slow, maybe we want to go faster, or we are going too fast and we need to go slower. But basically, that's I think something that we should invest on. Another thing that, sorry for rushing because I see the time going off. Another thing that I think I talked before is I think we can start to monetize the videos on YouTube. That's something that we can try to see if we can get some advertisement there. Somehow merge all of the videos into a parent account, because I think YouTube has like a parent account where you can just aggregate all the videos in, and if people go and check videos, and if we can get some money from that, I think that would be a way to. It's not like we are going to do all our fortune there, but at least it's another place that we can invest as well. But in terms of the, so like this is more like process stuff. Yeah. In terms of the AV, I also have some questions similar to the ones that you added there, that regarding the clients paying for volunteering work, and even the people paying to volunteer. I have some questions about that, and I'm not sure if that's something that will work. But it's something that we should investigate, and we should try it out. Apparently, there are some people that are willing to pay to volunteer, and that's good. but we need to see if they are happy with the turnaround, or if there's something that they would like to get more from there. So I think at this point, my feeling here is more like, I don't know what people are thinking about AV.
Yeah.
I don't know if they like it, if they don't like it, if are they missing? Why do they sign up? Do they sign up only to do the MOOC because they have to, and then they go away, never show up because they just want to do the MOOC and that's it? Or what are we not giving them in order for them to stay? That's my one of my concerns about this is that AV will always exist while the MOOC exists and we are supporting the MOOC. But if we are just like a way for people to go through the MOOC and that's it, if that's what we want, that's okay. But when the MOOC ends, AV will end as well, because we'll stop having the influx of people. So that's something that worries me about AV at this point. So yeah,
Excellent,
I don't know.
excellent
Do you guys have
input.
any more questions or anything?
Are any opportunities that we're missing for either members or income or?
At this point, I really don't know. Like personally, I don't know how we are like in terms of general numbers. How many commits we have a week? How many people we have contributing? Is there anything that we can do to some sort of create a market for us in the middle? So somehow to attract projects, smaller projects, or to get the word out. I think that's also we are missing some feedback to understand what's happening, why people are here or why they are not here, what they want, what they don't want.
It doesn't seem like we're getting as many as we should, but
As many, sorry?
commits, like project PRs and commit counts.
Yeah, I don't know how we are in that term, because basically that's like the only
Doesn't seem like a
metric
lot.
that I think. Yeah, like for example, for Mac Plus, I noticed that from one moment to another it almost stopped. I'm to blame a little bit there because we're waiting on chat, and I'm hoping to make it live next week or this week, finally, and start our trial period. But at this point, I don't know, we have like 2 developers really working on it, 3 maybe, I don't know. So, and I don't understand, like maybe it was just life.
Yeah, I'm like,
One
question: how would we up the opportunities for PRs and commits?
We need to understand what I think. Like, this is a little bit strong, but we need to understand where we're failing, or if we're failing at all. Because if it's just like, oh, people don't have time, and like this is volunteer, so that's a perfectly good thing. If people don't have time, they don't have time, and that's it. But there are times where the turnaround is good, and there was some times where like we lost 2-3 people, but then 2-3 people showed up, and we had like all this constant of 4 or 5 people always developing on the project, and currently we have like 1 PR a week. So
yeah.
I don't know.
They're all good questions. I don't. What would be nice if there was a way to like have a dashboard on that. I mean, we have this dashboard that tells us certain things, but now it's kind of out of date in as much as like the Hangout plugin has gone away. I guess in principle we could be getting like stats on that commits and PRs across all of the projects. It doesn't. I would thought that'd be a nice thing that GitHub organizations might have. I don't immediately see it. I tend to I have kind of like an overview because I'm in all the Slack channels. I can see that, like, you know, SHF, like the SHF projects is pretty active, you know, and that's gone up as the Met Plus has gone down. I can see Osro's down at the moment. I mean, it would be nice to have all this activity trace stuff and everything. Yeah. It's yeah, how do we measure success? Yeah, so well, and I turned we've hit the time limit there. I turned the timer off so we didn't get bothered by a nasty bleeping sound. But that's really valuable input, Joao.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you guys have any other question? Anything else?
Yeah, I guess all I would say is, you know, if on another occasion when we're not sort of staring at you, you know, have a little look through, and if there's anything else that occurs to you, we'd be really interested to hear. I mean, like I said, this diagram that we ended up creating has become quite a complex. Probably more. What were they saying, Matt? Like maximum 15 steps in the design sprint thing. So it's become kind of complex. There's sort of two. You know, there's a top part of it and the bottom part of it. Go on, Michael.
It's Sam's fault. There was a point where Matt and I had stopped.
As we know, it's always my fault. But what I'm particularly looking for is are there things that we can remove from this map? Like, is there like just a different, like, it ends up being kind of a description of how we're currently doing things. But maybe what we need is to look for a different way to do things. So if you have ideas about different ways to do things, JP, then we're definitely very interested in that.
I noticed that at one point, Sam, we had mentors as a key stakeholder, and now they're kind of implicit.
Yeah. Indeed.
So
I had it in there. Who took it out?
I took it out. Like, I had the becoming AV mentor, and it was kind of looping back to the thing. I mean, it's kind of, we can put it back in. I was just, you know, trying to reduce complexity. Like, any of these things are, as Michael was saying about the facilitator, it's like a role, and, you know, it's, maybe this should be here or just be AV mentor, but it's like, then we're missing some of the backstory. Anyway, I think probably, unless JP has anything else for us, we should probably let him go and get back to his, you know, important work with Poodle.
Yeah, I need to go back to work. The only thing, like, I really like the way CodeCamp has things structured, and eventually some sort of gamification of this.
Right.
Of all our process would be interesting. Not really sure how can we achieve with the current flow that we have, but maybe that's something that we can think a little bit through.
Excellent.
Maybe that's something that can bring us something. I don't know.
Yeah,
just
great.
I'll to take a look at the documents, and if I have anything else, I'll go back to you guys. Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, JP. Really appreciate it.
See you guys later.
Bye for now. Bye. Okay. So we have, at least I have another hour. We now have like a free 30 minutes, and then Patrick will be available, and then Sage.
Yeah, I got to get my cards onto the, how might we?
Yeah. So I've got all of my cards from the previous sessions on there. I got a few more from the discussion with JP. I think that sensibly the next, what we should be doing, Michael, do you have more cards to put on? You're muted, Michael, if you're trying to say anything.
I got maybe 2 or 3 more to put on.
I guess maybe Michael has stepped away.
I do.
Oh, you have some more. So let's all get those in, but I think at the same time we need to start doing that organizing process so that we split this up into you know, 3 or 4 columns of things. You know, I think, you know, we can dedicate this next 25 minutes now to this stuff. if we wanted to cancel one or other of Pat or Sage, then I think we should, very quickly reach out to do them. I guess I won't be able to stay around for Sage. I guess if we're keen on getting the input from the most number of people, we, do this activity. We continue as far as we can get with this activity. You maybe generate some more how might we's from Sage, or also with me from Patrick, and then we postpone the voting and connecting this to the activity map until tomorrow, and we do that first thing tomorrow at the beginning in order to get the most interview input. What do you guys think? Do you think we have some options there? Matt, as facilitator, what do you think is the best way to go?
Yeah, I think we should talk to everybody and then postpone the deciding until tomorrow, like you said.
Oh yeah?
The first thing.
Sure. Michael, how would you feel about that?
Do you have time, Michael, to talk?
I'm just worried about tomorrow's schedule.
Yeah.
And the effect that would have, because you're not going to have any more time tomorrow, I'd say.
No. What I would say is that tomorrow, I think we are managing to operate somewhat more efficiently through the use of the technology.
Yeah.
So I think we've done quite well today. The question is whether tomorrow we would also get that benefit, and I guess I have to look at the activities of tomorrow. I guess that let's just look at that. Come on, Kindle. Okay. So tomorrow we've got 2.5 hours to look at great solutions from a range of different companies. And I think, if we spent the first half an hour doing that decision operation and then only had 2 hours of looking at ranges of other solutions, that wouldn't be the end of the world. It sort of depends, because part of the lightning demos thing relies upon us, the three of us, or potentially Lokesh if he's around, in being able to come up with a series of alternate existing things to look at. And so, obviously we'll look at Free Code Camp, and then I've got that list of guys, that I've got in the business plan and so on. We've also got lots of sketching activities in the afternoon that was done in parallel.
Sketching in crayons?
Yeah, that's the way if you're doing it face to face.
I like that idea of crayons.
Yeah. Well, that's, if you've got the crayons and paper in your physical location, then you can do it that way. But I think that activity is designed to be parallel anyway. But Matt, if you've got go on, Matt.
I think we'll be okay, like you said, because we went pretty well today. Although we just barely got ready for the interview, didn't we?
But I think the interview happened well. We ended up creating a more there was a mixed effect there of the fact that we were able to all edit the diagram directly. Then the cleaning up took a while, and maybe it's too complicated.
Sam's fault.
Everything can be I'm happy for it to be my fault.
Ask his wife. That's his fault.
Yeah. I would say the thing is independently of how much progress we made today, it's the question is about the pro or con of 2.5 hours for looking at other solutions.
Yeah, I don't think.
It's the argument for like if we wanted to finish this and get the decision done tonight, we would basically need to say to Pat, sorry, it's not going to work out. You guys could then talk to Sage after the decision we made, but we could cancel both of them. And what that would enable, that would generate is an extra half hour tomorrow to look at alternative solutions versus getting an hour's worth of opinion from Patrick and Sage. So that's the trade-off, it seems to me.
Right.
I think the opinions are more important to me
than comparing other things.
Right.
What about you, Michael?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, let's classify these things.
Absolutely.
Crank up the machine learning algorithm.
Yes, yes.
It'll cluster it into 4 or 5 groups, and then we're done.
It's interesting. Joao was saying something about creating a new market to encourage new projects. Which
it makes me think of like bidding on projects or something, but maybe getting into existing markets or something.
I mean, there's a kind of thing of like, proposing new projects and getting developers excited about them, and they're sort of, brokering marketplace. I mean, the interesting thing about the kind of commits and PRs coming in is it's kind of, like in principle, great to have a dashboard that says, oh, this week we had 25 PRs and next week we've had 50 PRs and the PRs are going up. But, if the revenue's not going up, and if we don't have any sort of sensible way of like measuring the quality of the PRs, then knowing the number of PRs that are going on, I don't know how helpful that is.
Yeah, but it's there anyways. You don't have to vote for it with your.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You're the decider.
So, Matt and I discussed helping capybaras by donating 5% of their revenue to capybara conservation.
Uh-huh.
And that would be a really charitable thing to do.
It would.
And it might appeal to some people.
Totally. It might be, absolutely. It's the kind of thing that it's a worthy cause, and a lot of people might connect with, and it's good to promote AV doing things. That's the question about how do we allocate the resources.
Yeah.
We're allocating a little bit to the Greater Than Code podcast, and there's another one like Ruby, I've forgotten the name now, Ruby Together, which is like helping sustain open source Ruby projects in general, rather than just the ones that we do.
So what do we have for categories? Any?
Yeah, I'm mentally drawing a blank on categories. I'm trying to look at here they've got like the one from the book example is they've got like medical records, appointments, trial criteria, and so on. I was just going to
Like,
go on.
how might we market for non-paid positions? How might we attract new developers? How might we attract more subscriptions from clients? How might we have people believe it's worth paying for extra support? Those are all marketing questions, right? How might we incentivize our developers without a salary? Those are all marketing questions. There's like 5 of them at the top that are all marketing.
Right.
Marketing, onboarding or something.
But are we supposed to come up with a deeper categorization here? Oh, hi, Patrick.
Hey there.
Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Not bad at all. We're not quite ready for you, although we could actually start. Actually,
Yeah.
maybe we should start. Are you free? We thought you were going to be ready for another 15 minutes, but are you free now?
I am free, and in fact, I'm double booked. So I was hoping we could start a little early.
Well, actually, that would be good. Yeah, because we're we're on this activity that actually we probably shouldn't do until we've spoken to you. So
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, well, guys, we'll do this with Pat now.
Yeah, let's go. Go.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. So Pat, I'm going to put like 25 minutes on the clock here and start this off.
Okay.
And
great.
Just we're going to talk you through some of the things we've been doing, and then look to get input from you on if any of it makes sense.
Okay.
All right. So we've been doing our day 1 of the design sprint. We've come up with this summary. I'm assuming you can see my screen here. I'll also.
I've got that on my browser on a tab. I've actually looked at that.
Great.
And I've looked at the mapping that you guys did as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean I fully understand. So maybe walking through it quickly would be useful.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll, and please call out if you have questions about anything that doesn't make so much sense. So that's the high-level long-term goal, which you've read, which came out of, we asked ourselves a few questions about why we're doing the projects, where do we want to be in 6 months, a year, 5 years from now, a year, and even 5 years, and we reviewed those and pulled together after some discussion this kind of main goal and 2 sub goals here. Does the at the top level any does it make sense? Questions, thoughts, or?
No, I thought it was a good long-term goal. Absolutely.
Excellent. Then moving on. So the next step was that we kind of asking how might we fail, and the sprint in some ways is designed to try and answer these questions, like these things that might block us from achieving our goal. Can we come up with a set of questions that if we knew the answers to them, we could either work out how to achieve our goal or realize that it's unachievable and give up. So we have quite a lot of them. I guess you've had a chance to glance through them.
I did. Yep.
I guess I won't say any more about them unless you have any questions about any of them individually, any important thoughts that you want to share, anything that didn't make sense.
No, I think they're good questions. To me, I know this is the process. They seemed a bit premature to ask these questions until we've kind of worked out that map, which kind of defines at a high level how we're going to get from the left side to the right side, which is our end goal. And then from that would come questions. But anyway, that's the process. These all make sense.
Cool. Okay. So let's go on to the map then. And we've got this map, which has ended up being a map of sort of how does AgileVentures work at the moment, even if not every project or interaction falls into the map, or this is sort of a kind of statement of intent. It's aspirational in, we want, if lots of people were going through it, then that would kind of be a big success. It's not a map of how it actually has to be. It's sort of a map of how I think we think it currently works. And it's not a map of, like we could be drawing a map of, how do developers learn in general, or how the projects get done in general. And you've had a chance to look at it already. It's maybe too complex. It's divided, and the top half is really people learning through projects and people getting their project needs met. The bottom is about sort of skilling up, interacting with mentors. Any questions or concerns about any aspect of the map?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I spent a little bit of time thinking about before this call, before I joined. To me, the map in the Google Doc or the GV Doc or whatever it is, really is, as they define it and describe it, it's really meant for like stakeholders on the left and a business goal on the right, a business goal that's effected through a software system. You've taken it to be the product that we're selling is AgileVentures as an organization. So the stuff in the middle is kind of not how we get there, but as you said, it's how we work today. It's kind of a workflow. It's not a software spec. It's not an organizational strategy or structure document. It's something other than that. So that's, to me, I didn't find that as useful as if we were to think about AV as the product and the end goal on the right. And what do we have to do as an organization to get to that end goal? So if you don't mind, I have some stuff that I put together we could look at.
Sure.
I can, if you want to keep sharing your screen, I'll just put the link on the Hangout here.
While you're doing that, can I ask just about the goal specifically, which I think is probably poorly worded, and that's entirely my fault. Does the end goal kind of make sense?
Yeah, I think it incorporates essentially the goal you guys defined early in the morning when you started.
Right, right.
It phrases it in a different way, but it's essentially the same goal.
Right, right. And so then
I'm
having, like, my Slack is navigating very, very slowly. No, okay, I've now seen it coming.
I put in the Hangout.
In the Hangout chat, yeah.
So, I mean, take this with a large grain of salt, and I haven't studied the process. Did Sam drop? Oh, you're there.
So no, I'm here, and it's saying that I need permission to access this document.
Which means I need to give you permission.
Or you can just share it so it's viewable to anybody with the link.
Yep. Absolutely. Sorry about that. Forgot to do that.
No worries.
That might work.
Yeah, so I think it's in the process of loading up.
If you want to share your, Patrick, it might be quicker, but
yeah, it has just come up.
Oh, there it is. You got it. So the first stuff is just cut and paste from what you guys already done, and then the make a map. That's the statement of the process, high level process step that they call making a map. So as I said there, that for me, for the business goal you have defined, it really is to define either steps we need to complete or conditions that have to be in place to meet that goal, to establish and sustain that goal. So to me, it comes down to, what conditions need to be in place for us to be able to do that, to be able to act and sustain that goal. To me, that's what that means. And so what I did was, in terms of the conditions, I started to think about, keeps going back, by the way, to your screen and the other screen.
Are you not locked onto my screen?
I am locked now. Yep. I don't know why the other one, nobody was talking on that screen, but it kept going there. So to me, I just started to think about what are the conditions that have to be in place for us to have that goal instantiated and sustainable. So first of all, and this is not something that's new. This is most of the stuff we're all doing right now anyway, or you are, Sam, full time. But we need team members, AV members, who come because they're attracted by the value they receive. And I highlight value because I think some of the stuff I saw earlier was about developing software. I don't know if that's our real value to me. That's the first one I list here, enhance software development skills and get mentored by senior people. That's one value. But to me, one of the key aspects of our value is practicing on a real team in a real project with a real client and real software processes. It's not just working out an algorithm in a Ruby method. It's much, much more than that. And that is our real value that you can't get on all these sites where you can take these automated courses. Obviously, also they get to enhance their GitHub resume. Talked about that. Also, the fourth one is this value of mentorship. You've established this thing called mentorship.
Mhm.
I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's defined. I haven't seen any documentation or any structure around that, but
Mhm.
it may be something of value. It escapes me at this point in time because I have no idea what it is.
Mhm.
I can think about it, I can come up with things, but it's not defined.
Mm.
And so the second thing is we need clients. And we do have clients, but we need clients who come to us and find us through marketing and other means because of the value that other clients have received and the value that they will receive as a client. So if you can scroll up so I can read that, Sam, if you don't mind. So what's our value? So I think primarily they get custom built bespoke apps that they can't get anyplace else. That's the primary value that we provide to them. It's custom fitted to their exact process, their exact business requirements. You can't buy that. They can also work with the team, and this is something that I don't think we talk about much, but I've seen it on MetPlus and I've seen it on SHF, where we actually become familiar with the business domain and we start bringing up different questions, different ways to think about things. And so they're dealing with people outside of the organization who are smart and thoughtful, and they get benefit from that. I have seen that, especially if you have senior people on the team. It's not just coding. So that is something that we bring to bear. It's almost like a consulting firm. They don't just bring software development, they bring also expertise in how to think about the problem. So that's number two. Clearly that's very obvious, but just thought I'd put my thoughts on around that and break it down to the next level. Number three, we need clients who pay for, in this case, I'm saying sustaining work. I'll get to additional or initial development later, but we need to think about getting clients on a sustaining path. And I think clients who have received value, I think local support, for instance, is a perfect example. So this is granddaddy of projects. There's been enormous value listed there. If we thought that they were willing and able to pay for sustaining, we could think about approaching them and proposing a sustaining model. And again, it's judgment, it's discretion, and if the client does not want to pay or can't pay or whatever, we wouldn't do that. We get a lot of value from having the local support project itself because it's a marquee project. But for those who do and are willing, we should think about maybe approaching them. We've done that with MetPlus. He's willing to convert to sustaining once we get him past MVP. And also, I think for new projects, we really ought to ask the question, even if it's a charity, do we establish right up front that we'll develop something, get you an MVP, or maybe another feature release after MVP, but then we want to go to a sustaining model because you'll want to be sustained. And sustaining could be just you pay for DevOps and we don't develop additional, or we continue to develop at a slower pace or faster pace, depending upon what you want. But we have that discussion with our clients. It's none of our process to engage in that. There's no checkbox that says, have you engaged the client in this discussion?
Right.
I think 4 is clients who pay for the initial development and sustaining work, and you've approached that through the NMH, the hospital in South Africa, the NHS project, the NGO operating out of Myanmar, who seems to have trouble communicating with us. But that ought to be part of the, and it is, I think, part of the thought process, but it ought to be ingrained in everybody's DNA here. I think, we can establish our value that we've delivered to other clients. We have some great references. Even people who haven't paid us, like local support, they're still a great reference because of what we did. And I think also we need to get over the idea that, well, gee, we just have inexperienced people in the projects. We don't. We have experienced people running the projects, and we have people who are learning the craft as part of the project, but that's not the entire team, number one. And number two, you're not paying for that. We absorb that. So don't worry about that. We'll deliver. We probably price based upon deliverable, not time and materials. And so and deliverable means acceptance by the client. So they're insulated from just a clock running continuously with inexperienced people. But we need to have a story about that. We need to be able to answer it, on the back of our business card. I think number 5, another precondition for this goal to be sustained is we need sustaining revenue. And I didn't see that mentioned much in the prior work today, and maybe you did, but that's number 1 for me. We need sustaining revenue, and we can get sustaining revenue from items 3 and 4, the project-based stuff, clients paying for things, and I think also sufficient paying members of AgileVentures. To me, I think we should consider, if you're on a client and when I say client project, I mean a real client, real project, sprints of 1 or 2 weeks. We meet with the client, they accept things, it moves into production and use by the client after the sprint review. That's a real client project. I think we should consider even if it's a token payment for people to be on such a project, because they're getting enormous value, as I explained before, not just developing software. You know, I saw this reference to, will we get enough people who are willing to pay for the privilege of volunteering? That's the wrong question. That negates the entire value that we bring to people who join this. We are delivering enormous value to an inexperienced person who's working on a real project with really experienced people who know how to get it done, and who can mentor them, not just in technology, but client management, project management, all kinds of things. So I don't think there's any problem with us saying that they're paying for something where they're doing the volunteering. They're paying for something that they're giving as well. I don't think that's it at all. And then lastly, organizational structure. Again, all of this is fairly obvious, but to me, this is the stuff I would think about in terms of what goes in that map between the players on the left and the goal on the right. So the organizational structure, certainly we all know this, it doesn't scale. We'll absolutely fail to achieve the goal, I think, if that's all our current organizational structure. So we need additional staff, and maybe it's volunteer now, maybe it's volunteer forever, I don't know. Probably volunteer forever doesn't really work that well. And probably initially it would be a part-time role from anybody who wants to play a role and can help build this structure. And maybe it's part-time forever, aside from you, Sam. So this staff would be tasked with, obviously, management of projects and clients, peering and mentoring with less experienced people. To me, peering and mentoring, in my opinion, occurs best in the context of a client project, but it could be mentoring outside of that. Maybe that's what you mean by mentoring, the mentoring program you started. I'm not sure. Marketing and business development. Anyway, there's a lot of different things that have to be done. And I think people dropping in and playing a part-time role on these really organizational structural issues just does not work. You need sustained thought, sustained effort. So anyway, I just talked a lot. Gave you my brain dump, but that's my thoughts now after looking at what you've done earlier.
Right. Well, thank you for taking the time to write that out. That's great.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I agree. Michael and I brought up some of the things you're talking about early on, so I'm glad to see, reinforcement.
You discuss imposing a requirement that people pay to work on real client-facing projects.
Yeah,
so how do you pass the
Go ahead, Michael.
Extreme resistance that you're going to face?
People can come to AV, they can join the organization, and they can play. I saw a reference to toy project. I don't think we have any toy projects, but if we do, they could do that. Although, as a senior guy, I'm not interested in mentoring somebody on a non-real project. I just have no interest in that at all. We also have internal projects. We have the async voter, et cetera. You're a member, you can join those. There's no client-facing activity there. Absolutely, there's enough of those to go around. But as a project manager and a scrum master, I want to make sure that the people on my project have some skin in the game. I can't tell you how many times people have come, taken a story, never came back, and 3 weeks later I ping them on Slack, and a week later they answer. Says, oh yeah, I can't do that story. Meanwhile, I've left the story open because I'm assuming they're volunteers, they're going to get around to it eventually. But if you charge nothing, that's going to be the perceived value in some people's eyes of what you're giving them. And if they are on the project, I don't need to tell you guys, but some junior person puts in a PR. They spent 4 hours on it. You may spend 3 hours picking it apart and trying to explain to them, the correct way to do it, having a peering session or to get them over an obstacle in the thought process or whatever. We're investing a significant amount of our time. And if all that's free, it only goes so far. So I really do think that's an important criteria to me. It's a proposal.
No, I agree, and I told Sam recently privately that I'm much more incentivized if there's some either requirement on me or minimal payment or something, you know.
Yeah, I
Most
mean,
people need some guy, you know, some, you know, like some sort of incentive. Not, I'm not saying monetary, but or, you know, they're not going to get past a certain level if they don't do this.
yeah. So I'm on the SHF project, and we have a client. We meet every 2 weeks, and they're engaged. They help us figure out which way to go. We help them in terms of thinking how certain business processes should work, because we are involved in building the software infrastructure to make the business process work. So those are interesting discussions. Ashley, you guys all know Ashley. She's on the team. She's an very experienced, excellent software engineer, and she's just a pleasure to work with. I just get a lot of gratification from working with people like that, and I learn a lot from it. So there's enormous value to that. Again, it's working on a project like that's a real value proposition. It's not being able to develop a PR in the absence of engagement with the customer and gaining domain knowledge. To me, it isn't. But if that's what you're here for, and you just you just completed a MOOC and you just want a little bit more rounding out your skills on Ruby by taking a PR, that's great. That's great. We have plenty of internal projects you can work on. Oh, maybe we should. Maybe we don't have plenty. I'm not sure. But a client-facing project, no, that's a professional project. And we're going to staff it with pros. And even though you've only got 6 months of experience, you're still a pro because you're working with us as a team and we're learning together. But you got to pay for that. And I'm not talking a lot. Maybe it's $1 a month for some poor guy in Kenya who can't afford much. Great. Or maybe we waive it based upon circumstances. That's okay too. Anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents. So to me, when I look at the map, what I would have expected to see, and this is how I would think about it, doesn't mean it's right, is the goal is on the right. How do we create this product we call the AgileVentures organization in a way that will allow us to deliver that goal or realize that goal? And again, I think you guys pointed out, Sam, as you pointed out, you've got kind of a workflow process description. I don't think that's what that map, I don't think that's a useful thing to do in that map.
Well, I think part of it, Sam, might be that Sam as a decider is going to have to pick what we concentrate on in the map. And I think it might have been good to get everything on there, but
well, it's interesting. I totally. It's very useful constructive criticism, Pat. You've copied, I think, here this out of the book, which is finally
Yes.
make a flow chart in between showing how customers interact with your products, and so
who are your customers? I mean, you've both kind of
the customers here are the clients and the developers, and they. I mean, I think there are points at which these things going on involve interactions with different parts of the product. But I guess let's not get into a debate about whether this map versus it should have been a different sort of map. I mean, what I'm seeing from here, what you're saying is you're making some very specific suggestions, right? Down like, oh, I've lost it now. Like this one, you might impose a requirement to be a paying member to work on client projects or some other criteria. And I can, at least for me, I can see in that map that would mean, for the people to get like through this process here, they couldn't come and be involved in the project kickoff meeting having just signed up for free. They would have to kind of sign up for premium, and then they get into the project kickoff meeting for the clients and so on. So at least for me, like, and this is, I think these are, we absolutely want to move on to, as we will through the rest of the week, looking at ways in which we would change the way the current AgileVentures process works in order to, as you say here, achieve this goal. At least for me, this is a mental representation of how AgileVentures is operating. And so for me to think about changes to make, I need to think about changes in this diagram. But maybe I'm just not understanding what the diagram would look like if it were, yeah, I may be missing something there, but I think great suggestions that I will probably interpret in form of this diagram. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was going to say that this is a great diagram in terms of how it works today, with maybe a few extensions. But if you go back to that quote from the guideline about what a map is, when I said earlier that they're really trying to make this something you can use for maybe in software architecture and design, as well as business goals and how do I achieve my business goals. And I found some of the language really got in the way of the last one. This thing about making a flow chart and showing how customers interact with your product totally gets in the way of using this as a business goal tool, because it does drive you to, okay, the customer's going to come here, they're going to click this button, they're going to go to this. That's how we all start to think when we see that term, that sentence. And I think that throws everybody off. I think that's bad language that they use.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess the thing for the minute that we've got left is that, or maybe we can go on for a little bit longer. I guess the question I would have, maybe you didn't answer it now, is about this. If we're going to impose this, I can't even find it now again. Then, like, so for example, the SHF project, you've got like a new guy who's not a premium member. It's like imposing that after the fact seems like really challenging. So I guess this is the kind of thing that we would have to impose on any new client projects that were set up rather than post facto.
Yeah, or in particular, we do have a new person there. He's a senior guy out of the .NET world, but he's now in Ruby on Rails, etc. I don't think he'd have any problem. He said, you know, we're trying to get to a sustaining model. We're asking everybody on client projects to start paying a nominal fee to participate. I think he'd be, I don't know him really well, but he's a senior smart guy. He'd probably say, yeah, this is incredible value of working with you guys and doing this project. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it'd be easier with new stuff from scratch. Yeah, greenfield stuff.
Good stuff. Excellent. Michael, sorry, I was talking over you. You had a question for Pat?
Oh, I was going to say in the book itself, I think the examples that they offer are very concrete processes for the map.
I see.
Like they have an example of, even a blue sky example of a coffee selling site, and they describe, you know, how the customer comes to the site. You know.
Yeah. And so maybe it's a stretch to say it's meant also to be used for rather ethereal business goals and helping think about organizational structure to achieve business goals as apart from software affecting any of this. But I thought that was part of their design intent with this 5-day effort from some of the limited reading that I did on it.
They market that, but their examples don't include much of that.
It's supposed to, I think it's supposed to create a product with business goals that are going to achieve a business goal, right? But it's definitely a product.
I see. But our problem is AV is the product, such as it is, which means it's organizational structure, strategy, things like that. That'll get us there.
Yeah, but literally, Sam at the end of today is supposed to look at that diagram and say, okay, this part of the flow is what's actually critical. And if we work that out, if we get the assumptions questioned and it goes worked out on that, then we'll be better off. Like, we'll be much better off. That's really the risk is all there, or the risk is mostly in that part of the chart.
Well, yeah, I see a process workflow and a software flow chart, and I don't think that's going to do it, to be honest. But I got to go, though. I hate to throw this.
No. We've had your allocated time, and it's been fantastic input. I really appreciate. Yeah, we've got this document with the additional things in, so that's great. Yeah, thanks, Bob. We really appreciate the input. Good luck. You got the SHF client meeting. So
all right. Well, thank you for listening to me, and looking forward to see the outcome of this effort. It's a great design sprint. This is great. I'm glad you guys are doing this. I'm glad we're doing it.
Excellent. So, thanks, Pat.
Bye now.
Bye for now. Take care. Okay. So I've got like 15 minutes left. I guess, yeah, so should we try and get as far as we can in terms of organizing these how might we things? And I can then leave you guys and you'll do a chat with Sage?
Yeah. Yeah, let's try to get categories because I can always transcribe my stuff later.
Yeah. So I'm going to create one for onboarding here because there's like, I mean, I think Lara makes a great point about that.
Holding people's hands.
Well, or that there's a whether we should or shouldn't be holding people's hands. There's I think people really appreciate it when there's someone there to help them get through that beginning process.
Yeah. Then
I mean, the
there's
other thing I was going to say,
project management, maybe, or
sure. Yeah, I just start creating. I would say it's cheap.
okay.
Create ones, and we can always remove them later on if they turn out to be not enough tickets in that.
Well, they're supposed to be sticky notes, not tickets.
I was going to say, so Michael, you were saying like at the end of the day, I'm supposed to decide. I think that's.
Well, there's a vote. Yeah.
Yeah, the idea is that we're gonna, there's a process in which I'm kind of like the tiebreaker.
I mean, at the end of the day, from what I understand, it's you who just picks what part of the process. There's no tie breaking. It's just.
Well, no, well, let's not argue about the process.
Yeah,
we'll go through it, and then we can reflect in subsequent weeks about what it actually was.
There's like votes on these how might we cards.
Yep.
But that's not actually the. I don't know.
I hear what you're saying.
It's not actually like the thing that you're deciding.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's. So we have a lot of marketing questions.
Mm-hmm.
maybe learning isn't that good of a
Yeah,
topic.
no.
It's more like onboarding and stuff. Like, more room.
I guess also getting them into columns. I guess things that are similar should be clustered together within the columns.
Seems like we have a lot of tickets or a lot of stickies for marketing and onboarding, and
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's probably
fewer
duplicates.
for everything else.
There's quite a lot of feedback.
Yeah, not
Um,
so many for project management and client relations, really.
there's kind of like 4 that are related to specifically to clients there. There's some here like that seem like there's monetizing the videos on YouTube. This is like a standalone. What does mob to better support AV goals mean?
That maybe that's a leading question. Like, should we be mobbing on something other than technology, like PR?
Oh, okay.
Like dividing that resolve between running a private boot camp or running a private course,
Yeah.
supporting
Like
trade.
what are we
Oh.
about?
I thought you were going to say it's like, oh, should we be mobbing on like real projects rather than toy things?
Something like that, yeah.
I then didn't understand the relationship to boot camps, but yeah, I guess that's kind of then part of a project management thing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can say like, how do we, how might we mob to support real projects?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Like, we are running the React mobs and stuff, but like,
Yeah.
we don't really have many projects using that. We just have, I mean, technically we have Ross's project, and then we're running an Elixir mob, but there's literally no project in AgileVentures that's even using Elixir.
Well, there's Phoenix One, and this is the interesting thing is that, you know, that's part of I think Federico's master plan is he is in a very different style from me. I'm not saying good or bad, but he's thinking, right, in order to have, you know, an Elixir React project in AgileVentures, the thing to do is to get people trained up in Elixir and React, and then once they're trained up in Elixir and React, suddenly then you know, that project can exist, which is it's a very interesting approach. He's definitely he's got like this like long-term, you know,
Yeah.
I'm always like, I want to do something immediately for now and fix the immediate now thing, and he's thinking like massively ahead. Sorry, Matt, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm not sure that's a good idea because people just will take the Elixir mob and leave.
Well, indeed, I think it's
Or take the Elixir mob and then forget about it because they don't use it.
If they don't use it, if it's something
Right.
happens with the project. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something that could go either way.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely the danger. So I was just going to try and move this project management down here,
Yeah, that'll make more room.
and then I think we've kind of got these two. I kind of want to move these off the. Can I move them off the? Can I put them on the side there? Oh, I can. Yeah, there's like two that don't seem to really fit in with anything else we're talking about, and then we can like spread out the. I mean, it makes sense to me that it's on board, because basically, you know, we could spend all of our time making, you know, like software to support the process for voting on things, which was, or other bits and pieces, which are good and everything. But if people don't kind of understand the concept of why they would want to on board and the value that they would get from it, then they're not going to be incentivized to do so, are they?
Right, and all that software that we build is not going to be used by very many people, right?
Right.
So then we're kind of just writing software just for writing the sake of software.
Right.
Which might be a good, enjoyable thing to do, but maybe not full time.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to go. You guys can work with Sage, yeah? I mean, I'll leave this running.
Yeah.
When is it?
Like in 3 minutes from now. So
And then we just run that and we make our how might we notes and then we're done for the day.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, you guys could throw those any additional how might we in, categorize, and then we just we'll start tomorrow immediately with voting on these, getting them into the like connecting them with the process diagram, and then choosing a focus.
Okay.
Great. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break till 1. So
Okay, I'm just going to ping Sage the link to the environment and let him know that it's you two, if Slack will allow me to. I'll leave the camera running and just leave it. I guess I will leave it on, you know, whoever's talking.
I actually need to finish reading Tuesdays before tomorrow. So that's naughty of me, but I think it's not that long, actually, the chapter. Tuesday.
no.
I think if you can read it before tomorrow, that would be great.
Probably try to read Tuesday and Wednesday tonight. I'll be ahead. So how was your camping, Sam?
It was awesomely intense. I think it was my first ever, you know, wild camp, hiking up a mountain with everything on my back, and then like camping at the top of the mountain and then coming back down the next day.
Was it like at a camping site? I mean,
No, the wild camp, like on a isolated caldera on the top in the Welsh mountains.
is it like a park?
Is it like a national park?
Okay. And you're allowed to like camp in there overnight and stuff.
We did camp over there overnight, yes.
Did you normally go into Like when you went 2 weeks ago with your other sons, did you go to like a camping site?
No, that's a camping. Yeah, the stuff we do, like with the kind of equivalent of the Scout group over at School Woodcraft, that's like a little local camping site, and I'll be going there again this next weekend. This weekend away was like my brother-in-law is training to be a mountain leader, and so he's like having to practice doing night navigations and things, and then was having trouble finding people who were like really enthusiastic about that. And I said, hey, we'll do it. And so myself and my oldest son, who's 12, went off and I didn't sleep very much, and my sleeping bag got wet, and it was a bit intense. But it was a good experience, and my son really, stuck it out despite inclement weather conditions. So I'm really pleased. Okay, so Sage is online. Oh God, the Slack's so slow. Okay. Well, and if Sage ends up not be available, then that's simple. But I'll leave you guys here and catch up with you tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Bye for now.
Oh, it's Sage not there?
Hold on. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Sam said that Sage is online, but said he may not be. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just putting my other ones in from Patrick. You can throw your cards in and categorize them while we wait. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'll do that afterwards. I'm getting pooped, so but I'll definitely do it. I got them all written down.
These are all just piling on. So let's see. What's Sage? Is you ready?
Okay, guys, I'll meet you tomorrow now. I'm about to sleep.
Okay, Lukash.
Okay.
Bye.
We're now 6 hours into this process. How do you feel, Matt?
Tired.
Enlivened?
Tired. That's cool. Sage is just wrapping up something.
Oh, is that what he said?
He says he'll be with us, I think.
So it's not quite like a death march.
Oh no, we might actually accomplish something. Other than our death.
How far along have you read?
I've read like through day 4, I think.
Thursday you read?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're far ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna. I know Sam wanted us to read the whole thing, so I didn't say that. But I got pretty good.
How long is Tuesday? It's not that long, right? It seemed like it was.
No, there's not a lot in the in the book. Well, maybe there is more than I thought. Let me see. No, it's actually very short.
Like
in the book.
Tuesdays are short, right?
Yeah, it's only less than 50 pages. Oh, it's actually only like 25 pages or 20. Yeah, it's short.
Yeah, I thought it was really short.
Yeah.
Because on my Kindle it was saying it was like 7 or something.
Yeah.
Depending on your.
Who's gonna explain to? Do you want me to do it to Sage?
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's probably my turn, so I am pooped, but I can do that.
You gonna play some Nom?
Oh, we don't have it yet.
Oh, really? It's on
I don't-
Steam. I think it's cheap. It's like I got it for like $22 or something.
Oh, okay. Well, my son only gets a certain allowance, so he probably doesn't have enough to get it yet. He's good about not begging for the money either.
How old is he?
14.
Oh, okay. Because he's technically too young to work like an actual official job.
Nah, he's not mature enough, I don't think. Well, I mean, he could bag groceries or something, but
I don't know. I think when you're younger than 16, you can't actually work for someone unless they're like your family.
there's
So you can
Massachusetts,
work,
there's certain jobs you can do.
What?
There's certain jobs you can do in Massachusetts.
Oh, like you can like babysit maybe and cut yards or something.
Yeah, I think you can wash dishes even. There's like a few real jobs you can do.
Oh, okay. It's $24.99 right now. That's the.
Oh, cool.
It's not a very expensive game. It's pretty cool though.
I might play games, but not shooters. I was thinking about the submarine one I was telling you about, I think, but you haven't seen that one, have you?
Oh, I don't. There's Cold Waters or something. It's out.
Maybe. That sounds cool to me, though.
It's where you're actually running a sub or something, like
Yeah.
one sub in the middle of a war that went hot during the Cold War. But that's like quite expensive. That one.
Oh.
Actually, I mean, it's $40. It's more expensive.
The only game I bought recently is I didn't play it much. Is what's it called? You and a friend are lost in the wilderness, and you got to get a. You can take a raft down the river, or you can walk, and I forget what it's called. It was okay, but wasn't that exciting. People keep joining. I want to protect these documents. Maybe. Well, we can always go back, right?
Like there's a history. Like every time you do something, saved.
Okay. Because they must be published somewhere on the web.
They're published with a link, right?
The link must be getting out somewhere because why? How would people
Slack? I think it's through a Slack channel.
Oh, maybe that's it. Okay, that's okay.
Just running over.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I think he's like literally wrapping up a project meeting, and probably people are asking questions and stuff for support. Is it hot there?
Yeah, it's really hot. It's like gonna be
Do you have like air on or something?
Not yet. I will right when we're done. I think I'll turn the AC on.
So tomorrow we do like research, like market research and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And then kind of like what else do we do?
And then let me just look at the checklist. Then we all make sketches.
Like in crayon, right?
Yeah.
So we go back to like second grade.
You can actually sketch that way if you want. Just take a picture of it.
Yeah.
Might be better.
So then what do we do?
Let me look at the checklist. It's easier. Lightning demos is the first thing. We each do things on the whiteboard, quick drawings. So that, yeah, I don't know how we'll do that on Google or on,
Google
or like I said, yeah. And we decide which one to use. Well, actually, I'm a little confused about the order of stuff. I guess we'll figure it out. I'll reread this. I think I got to reread. It's only 25 pages. The courts ruled against Trump. It's travel ban again. Good.
Oh, man.
Joy has some comments for us in Slack.
Who? Oh,
I'm
Joel.
Joy. I'm not sure what we should do about the comments. Maybe just look at them, everybody tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell them we'll all look at your comments tomorrow. Oh,
Who's here? Hello.
Hi, folks. Really, really sorry for showing up so late. We had a lot of questions and things that had to get talked through in my earlier meeting this morning.
Oh, that's fine. So we're only gonna keep you for like 20 minutes because it's been 25, 30 minutes at the most for people. Michael and I are getting tired, so but it's been going good. So the first thing we do with each expert is just explain what we've done as far as long-term goal and sprint questions. So let me put those. If you can look at my screen, click on it in the bottom.
You want to share your screen, Matt?
Oh, whoops. Okay. So we got a long-term goal of this sprint. I'll just read this and you can probably look at the rest yourself, but I'll read it, the long-term goal aloud in case it's not clear. We want a significant number of people having authentic learning experiences on real projects, helping good causes around the world. As part of that, the real project should be receiving real support that leads to satisfied clients, and the whole process should be sustainable, by which we mean generate enough income to pay for services necessary to run the organization. So that's it. And then we got, ideally you'd look at these questions that led to those.
We use those questions to think about, basically brainstorm about why we're doing this and where we want to go. So we use that kind of a background to form that statement, that mission statement. And then at the next step is that we said, okay, well, imagine that we've reached that future and it hasn't come true. What might have stopped us? How could we fail? So we have questions for that. And I posted a link. There's quite a few questions in the G chat, the group chat in the Google Hangout. If you click on that, on the second page, there's the list of questions if you want to read it yourself, or you can have Matt read it to you aloud. But I think most people
scan it yourself.
They just read it themselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll give you 2-3 minutes to do that.
Whatever you need.
So I'm just skimming these, and then we're gonna
that's good.
talk about specific ones. Is that the idea?
No, then we're going to show you a process.
Okay.
You're gonna tell us if any questions or comments you have about those questions, and then we'll move on to the final part.
Okay. Okay, I think I've kind of a little overview there.
So do you have any questions or comments about that? Any of those questions?
No, I mean, I think that it's
All
a
makes
lot
sense.
of the right kinds of questions.
Okay, so the final part is this process map, or that. Matt, if you want to walk them through it. If you look at Matt's.
So the way we created this map was ideally we had all the personas that are going to work towards this goal on the left, and then on the right is basically our summary goal from the last step, kind of shortened here. Good cause.
Right.
Okay.
So satisfied good cause clients from the work done by developers who learn from and enjoyed the process, while AV's organizational costs are met.
Mm-hmm.
Basically. And on the left is basically all the stakeholders, customers, actors, whatever you want to call them, the people involved in their different roles in AV. And everything in the middle is kind of like how they interact with the products that AV offers.
Yeah.
So, for instance, say you're a senior developer, like you're looking to, create a project so your project is accepted and becomes visible, and then you hold kickoff meetings. Then we go through the Scrum and the estimation, the PRs, the retros, the whole Agile process is up there. So that kind of describes like something that you've seen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other things such as junior developers. Say, I'm a junior developer. I'm looking up to level up my skills. Maybe I'm, on toy projects. So I hear about AgileVentures, and maybe I'm not confident enough or don't want to work on real projects. I want more hand holding. So I sign up for the free plan and then the premium mob plan, where we hold basically small group learning sessions. So I go to my mom session, I pay some money. That money then ends up being distributed somehow, goes into AV's coffers, which contributes to the bottom line goal of making AV sustainable. So this is kind of a description of AV in our biased perception of how it works right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you want the link to this? I guess you want them. Do we have a link to Matt? Can you send him the link?
Yeah.
So you can look at it on your screen too, so that you're not just stuck looking at it through our screen. But
The
if you
chat.
take a moment to look at it and see if you have any questions or things that don't make sense, and then maybe ask us that, and then we'll shut up and you can talk about any part of the diagram, I guess, that leaps out at you, or you say, oh, this is missing, or maybe this needs to be in there, or you totally screwed up, whatever.
I mean, the parts that I've looked at so far seem to be they make sense. I mean, I think you're sort of capturing the parts of the stuff that I'm aware of. This is of course just the ideal sort of version. You don't have sort of the failure mode captured.
Right. And that's kind of that kind of goes back to the questions. And then kind of your role is to give us insight, I guess, to say, oh, here this might fail because X, Y, or Z.
And meanwhile, we're taking notes like you're right. We don't have a failure, kind of thing.
So, I mean, I think that from my perspective, of sort of having, gone through sort of a little bit of this diagram here, I guess I should I can share my screen and that will help a little bit maybe. So where are we? Oh, I should break this out maybe. What's going on? What did I do? Sometimes, oh, I've lost somehow the screen sharing window.
We're still here, so.
Yeah. Let me leave and come back for a sec.
Okay.
Sometimes the screen sharing tool doesn't pop up if I do things in weird ways. I'll be right back.
All right, welcome back.
Hello. So now I'm screen sharing. So I guess I've sort of kind of had a foot in several different of these roles, and I heard about AV, and was like, hey, that sounds like an interesting sort of way to get people involved with my project. And I guess I didn't really propose a project, but I sort of already had one up and going that I tried to plug into it. And all of this part seemed to although could have been sort of more streamlined, there weren't really any major problems or for someone who gets that far and decides that they want to get involved, that part is all pretty doable and no major problems. And then I think that basically for my project, the place where it struggled was really in the in the main cycle there, in the agile cycle, and in particular just sort of the getting people to the point of doing PRs. And I think that it was interesting in that a fair number of different people got involved and were able to do PRs, but there was very little like sort of continuity around that. So it was like a lot of people doing a single one, and then maybe, you know, having their toes in a bunch of different projects at once. And I guess that was like, you know, not that I felt like I had sort of a right to anyone's time, but just in terms of like the cost benefit, for me, like that was the biggest frustration, was sort of like people not setting aside, like not sort of being more focused on my particular project, right? So like, you know, because definitely a number of people who were like pretty heavily involved in AgileVentures in general, like seem to have their toes in a lot of different projects. And that seemed like sort of the main sort of, it was, you know, diluting the cycle for my project by having them involved in like lots of different projects at once, where they're, you know, simultaneously part of 5 or 6 different like Scrum cycles, or not 5 or 6, but like, you know,
Yeah.
3 or 4, 2 or 3, those kinds of things. And so that was I think one of the things that I guess seemed to be like a weak point in it, from at least, you know, my limited experience with it. I think one of the things that I was sort of like, I found really interesting and like attractive was this model of like actually like, you know, considering the participation in this to be like, you know, at least for some people, like a premium sort of service. And so like the idea of like the junior developers paying to participate, I thought was like, I don't know how appealing of a model it was or is, but it seemed to me like I guess a just model, one that like has the right, you know, I don't know, like puts the burden in the right places, right? Because like, you know, software like development in some ways, even for people who are like at the beginning of a career, it can be, but especially if you already are like a working developer, then you're kind of in like a position of like prestige relative to the world in general, even if you feel like you're like at the you know, at the tail end of things, like at that point, and maybe you are. So that was one of the things that I thought was like interesting and attractive about the project in general.
Can you say more about that? Like,
well, I mean, I think, you know, like the idea of like, so you're going to have some kind of revenue model, and like where you're going to look for that money, like, you know, the sort of 2 possible places to do it mainly would be like from the clients who are nonprofits and who are like, you know, like they probably got to the point of like trying out something like this because they don't have like a big software development budget to do things in a more traditional way, and so it's kind of, and like in general, right, like nonprofits sort of like typically scrape by in various ways, especially sort of like smaller ones that have, you know, discrete like non-critical like technology needs that like this might be a good fit for. And so like putting sort of the like supporting the project burden like on the developers who like potentially like what they get out of it in the long run is skills that they can put to use to have, you know, like a career that's at the high end of like what most of the world like thinks of as a like, you know, good income. Like that seems like I kind of like that. That's, I guess that's just kind of it.
do you think that having people that are paying to be a member like having them on your project is more attractive because they're like more serious in any way, or?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like that's, I guess, I mean, like, I don't know, like what I think what would be attractive to me from both sides, right? Like if I'm thinking about it as like a developer who's looking to gain experience, and if I'm looking at it from the perspective of like someone who has a technology need that like AV developers are helping me to fulfill, like in both cases, I think that like the potential really exciting part, right, is actually getting to the point where you kind of feel like you have a team that is, regularly delivering value in a concrete way. And like being like, I get a lot more out of like sort of being focused on doing as much as I can for the whatever I'm diving into at the moment. And like, it with a software development cycle, like it takes sort of a critical mass to get to that point, right? Like you have to have enough people who are involved that they can help each other through, the sort of like getting stuck parts of it, where they feel like they can, fruitfully continue putting their energy into wherever they got stuck, rather than saying, okay, well, I'm stuck on this, so I'm going to sort of switch gears and like take up something from like this whole other side of like, sort of a whole other circle, right? At least, I mean, and maybe that's just me, right? Maybe actually like, I mean, my sort of like observations of the people who have their feet in multiple projects, like they seem to be actually like getting quite a lot out of that. And so maybe the, like having a team that sticks, like that exists as a team for a while and sort of like gels as a team, and like people can dive in and continue working on, like maybe that isn't like actually like the perfect thing for the developer side of it. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah. I would say in the beginning, before there was even AgileVentures, there was literally one project and everybody was working on that as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But then we started getting multiple projects, and now we have a lot of projects, and like things have become more diluted, I guess, like you're saying.
I mean, like as sort of like looking around and seeing what other projects were out there, like the number of them, like was really sort of an overwhelming turnoff. Like in terms of like, well, why would I want to get involved with any particular one? Like the sort of like why this was a good project to get involved with, both as from a sort of like technology perspective and from a like, this is the good in the world that will happen if I get involved with that. Like because there were so many and like so diffuse and like so many were not active, like and there wasn't a lot of sort of like, I guess, marketing of why, of like packaging of projects of like, well, hey, this would be a great project. Like, I guess that seemed like a big place where people would sort of bounce out of like not being able to be, pointed towards a project that actually had reached critical mass and is like ready to like be a good experience for people diving in.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm wondering if, I don't know, like, so you have this sort of like concept of premium projects, and with premium projects, like you sort of have to be a paid member to like participate on them.
We've actually gotten rid of that, but yeah.
Oh, you've gotten rid of that. Okay, all right.
Come back. I mean, yeah.
I guess I was curious about it in terms of like, it seems like participating in one of those, like, the sort of assumption would be that those are the more serious projects that like actually have a little bit better of sort of like pace going on, and a little bit more like sort of a community around them that's experienced enough that like they can help each other through the hard parts. But that's also like experiencing some of that probably seems like, the main thing that would make people come to the like conclusion that, hey, this actually could be really valuable for me and I ought to become a premium member. So like, seems like finding a way to give people a taste of that would be pretty valuable.
Well, we did. Technically, people were kind of allowed to like be part of it, but there were people that were very persistent that were allowed to contribute because they were persistent, basically, without actually paying money.
I see. And do you think? And I mean, maybe my perception of like what those projects were like is off, but is that like kind of, I don't know, like finding ways to basically like finding the value add that you can do in a way that like you want to maximize the sort of number of projects where it's like a really satisfying experience for people, and like actively eliminate projects, or like, you know, just don't like sort of like, you know, put them in the freezer or whatever, for ones where like it's not going to be a satisfying experience, or maybe have something like where, I don't know, you like sort of have cohorts of people, right, and you like kind of bootstrap one project at a time to get to critical mass if it sort of becomes like kind of a socially sustainable like one once a project is up and going and sort of gets to a good.
Well, we did have bugs. We had bugs for a long time in the project page. Like I guess our half-hearted attempt to do this was that the project page was supposed to be sorted by activity in GitHub, and for like it was doing that, but like it was breaking. And I think a week or two ago, I smashed some of the final bugs in that. And now if you look at the project page, it's all in the middle. It's all pretty active projects. I think yours is somewhere in there.
Yeah, and Sage, to your second point, I know Sam has been thinking of working himself, like a project at a time for a week, and so that's interesting too. That maybe, you know, keep groups of people working together.
I mean, I guess my question is, in terms of finding people finding active projects, like, do you think is that like a process? Is that like something we have to just keep advertising in Slack, or is that like?
Needs some more.
I don't know. I mean, I think like maybe. I mean, I think that, you know, you get a lot of people like coming in and showing up, but not much of a well-defined like concept of joining a project, right? Like you list a lot of the projects, and then people may join the Slack channel for it and like be invited to show up to a Scrum, but there's no sense of like obligating yourself to something, right? Like I think it might be beneficial for like everyone if there was some kind of a sense of like I guess skin in the game for like participating in a project. So like I think part of, you know, what you probably wanted to capture with like the premium things, right, was like, well, we want this project like to be for like the people who are pretty serious about it can have a project where the other people also are pretty serious about it. And so like both the client gets a better like, you know, experience there, and the developers get a better experience because their work, like nobody, like there's less noise and fewer people sort of wasting their time. And if that's like sort of the right thing that you were trying to capture there, then maybe one thing you could do would be basically to have a concrete concept of joining a project for a time period. And so like, you know, say like, I'm going to be part of this, like this is going to be my project for, you know, this time period, that maybe this whatever, 1 sprint or 2 sprints, like to begin with. And then like, you know, if at that point you want to reevaluate, well, then you can like switch projects. But like some kind of a concept of like joining a project where you know, where you take a specific action. And so like, that's a chance for people to say, yes, okay, currently this is what I'm participating in. This is my project. Even if there's no barriers to do that, if it's something concrete where they actually have to take some specific positive action and say that, okay, yes, to participate here, I'm going to join this project for a time period. That might be something.
Oh, Matt has to mute himself. So like speed dating for projects, and then we're gonna date for 2 days, kind of like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, I think, you know, it's kind of speed dating for projects right now, except that like you don't know who's dating whom, and like you have like, you know, several dates all happening at once, and like the lack of, you know, like, so you're sort of waiting to sort of make a connection on a specific project, but both from the project's perspective and from the person who's like trying to find the right project, like there's no like super well defined like pathway of getting more involved, right? So, you know, you have people show up and say, hey, I'm maybe interested in participating here, but like no like sort of concrete like, okay, well, this person is serious, or like, you know, this person is like doing this for 3 projects at once and trying to find the one that sort of seems most friendly, which those are all reasonable things to do, but like having fewer choices and like a more concrete step of going from I've shown up and I'm interested in AV in general to like, okay, here, this person is going to be matched with this project, and like project, we've handed them off from sort of the newcomer channel to you, so you should help them like make their first PRs and like figure out if this is the project for them to stick around with.
Right.
That's great. I think we're running out of time, Michael.
Yeah. So
okay, cool.
Is that,
well, I have no idea whether that will be at all helpful for you, but I hope it is.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, we'll let you know how things turn out. So
cool.
Thanks a lot.
Well, good luck with the rest of your design sprint.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I guess that's it.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'll get
that's-
myself in. Okay.
Where's the link?
For what? For which?
The how might we doc?
Oh, you need that again? I got it open. Oops. Right there. Nope. Oh, it's right there. Okay, I'll put it in Slack.
Cool.
Okay. So, I mean, I'll update it like before, within an hour or 2. But I just got to call a couple people back and do some junk. So I'll probably get going. Do we need to tell Sam to stop the recording, or does it just stop automatically?
I think it will just keep going forever.
Oh,
for so many hours. It'll go for so many hours.
Okay. I guess that's all right. There's nothing on it. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess.
All right, bye.
Bye.